Members, at the break, we were debating the longevity and regenerative therapies bill. I presume you're now ready? Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador.
They were not registered. Philippa? Madam Speaker, I would first like to acknowledge and congratulate Court of Appeal Justice John Isaacs, who this morning assumed the presidency of the Court of Appeal. Justice Isaacs has a long history of public service in the administration of justice in this country, from being a prosecutor, magistrate, Supreme Court judge, Court of Appeal judge, and it's a long, long, distinguished career, Madam Speaker. And I want to, Justice Isaacs and I would have been on opposite side of the arguments on a number of occasions back in our younger days, and it was always a pleasure to draw swords with him, because you always know that his cut, whenever you get it, was righteous. It was never with any intent to harm, but rather to ensure that what is done at the end of the day was right. And so I congratulate Justice Isaacs on his ascendancy. I think he's well deserved of it. And no doubt he will acquit and make us all proud as the Court of Appeal President. Yes. I also take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to thank Justice, former Court of Appeal Justice Sir Michael Lancelot Barnett for his service to the judiciary and the administration of justice in this country. He and I also had a long, illustrious career on several different sides of the argument in matters before the courts, and I dare say that he was a formidable opponent, and through the thrust and burly of legal arguments, he never lost his sense of humor, nor that sense of collegiality, which is so necessary in the administration of justice. He practiced the law as I did, and we often comment on it. Justice is blind. The process to getting justice sometimes is muddied in the process by the thrust of arguments on both sides, all seeking to find what the truth is. And so once justice is done, we all smile, regardless of it, the outcome, who the outcome favored. And so I also want to thank Sir Michael for his sterling contribution to the law, not just as a jurist, but also as an advocate. Very often, the result of our jurisprudence is boasted by the strength and efficacy of advocacy before the courts. Because the judge is only there to weigh what's being said to them between counsel, and if counsel is unprepared and the arguments are inefficient, that's what we'll get. It's almost like what you put in, you get out. Of course, a justice like Barnett will not just listen to what is said before him. Once the issues are identified, he will do his own research to find the right answer. And for that, that's a commendable trait. But some call it judge activism. And then the first ground of appeal is, look, the judge used this case and he didn't even ask us to comment on it. And even if you'd asked him to comment on it, the result would still have been the same. So I too would like to thank Sir Michael for his sterling contribution to the administration of justice in this country. Madam Speaker, today we embark, as you've heard earlier, yet again on a transformative journey with the Longevity and Regenerative Therapies Bill 2024. This legislation is poised to place the Bahamas at the forefront of global advancements in medical and wellness tourism. The promise of this bill is not just in the pioneering therapies it will enable, but in the profound impact it will have on our economy, our healthcare system, and the well-being of our people. Madam Speaker, the primary purpose of this bill is to establish a comprehensive and robust legal framework for the approval and regulation of longevity and regenerative therapies. These therapies include gene therapies, stem cell treatments, immunotherapies, and advanced longevity treatments. By setting clear and stringent guidelines, we aim to ensure that those advanced medical practices are conducted safely, ethically, and effectively. This framework will provide the necessary regulatory oversight to build confidence among practitioners, researchers, and patients, thereby positioning the Bahamas as a leader in this innovative field. Our vision is to make the Bahamas a global leader in longevity and regenerative medicine. By creating an environment conducive to research and innovation, we aim to attract top-tier scientists, medical professionals, and institutions from around the world. This influx of global expertise will enhance our local medical capabilities and drive significant economic growth. We envision the Bahamas becoming a premier destination for patients seeking advanced treatments to extend their healthy years and improve their quality of life. The economic benefits of attracting medical tourists will be substantial, providing new opportunities for our workforce and stimulating development in related sectors such as hospitality and transport. This bill underscores our commitment to embracing the future of medicine. It ensures that our citizens have access to the best possible care and establishes our nation as a hub for medical and wellness tourism. By fostering innovation and maintaining rigorous standards, we will secure a healthier, more prosperous future for all Bahamians. Madam Speaker, this bill mandates the preparation of a comprehensive longevity and regenerative therapy policy by the Minister of Health and Wellness. This policy will serve as the cornerstone for the regulation and development of longevity and regenerative therapies within our nation. It will outline the strategic direction, goals, and operational standards for all activities related to these advanced medical treatments. The policy will ensure that our approach remains proactive, responsive, and aligned with the highest international standards. To ensure the policy remains current and effective, it will be reviewed biennially. This regular review process will allow us to incorporate the latest scientific advancements, technological innovations, and emerging ethical considerations. By doing so, we can maintain a dynamic and forward-thinking regulatory environment that supports continuous improvement and adaptation in this rapidly evolving field. Central to the implementation of this policy is the establishment of the National Longevity and Regenerative Therapy Board. This board will be comprised of experts in the fields of medicine, science, ethics, and law, all appointed based on their qualifications and experience. Their primary responsibilities will include overseeing the approval and regulation of therapies, ensuring compliance with established standards, and fostering an environment conducive to medical innovation and excellence. In addition to the board, the Ethics Review Committee will play a crucial role in maintaining the integrity and ethical standards of all related activities. This committee will be responsible for reviewing and approving research proposals, ensuring that all therapies are administered safely and ethically, and that patient rights and welfare are always prioritized. The committee will also monitor ongoing research and treatments to ensure they adhere to both national and international ethical guidelines and standards. Together, the National Longevity and Regenerative Therapy Board and the Ethics Review Committee will provide rigorous oversight and adherence to the best practices. Their collaborative efforts will ensure that all activities in this field are conducted with the highest levels of professionalism, safety, and ethical integrity. This framework will not only protect and benefit our citizens, but also enhance the reputation of the Bahamas as a leading destination for cutting-edge medical treatments and research. By establishing a robust policy and framework, we are laying the foundation for a sustainable and innovative future in longevity and regenerative medicine. This will enable us to attract top-tier researchers, medical professionals, and institutions, drive economic growth, and most importantly, improve the health and well-being of our people. Madam Speaker, ethical considerations are at the heart of this bill, forming the cornerstone of our approach to longevity and regenerative therapies. The Ethics Committee will play a crucial role in safeguarding the integrity and ethical standards of all research and therapeutic activities conducted under this legislation. This committee will be tasked with the rigorous evaluation of all proposed studies and treatments to ensure they adhere to the highest ethical principles and scientific rigor. One of the primary responsibilities of the Ethics Committee will be to ensure that all research is conducted with the utmost respect for human dignity and human rights. This includes comprehensive reviews of proposed therapies to ensure they are scientifically sound and ethically justified. The committee will scrutinize every aspect of research protocols, from the initial design to the final implementation, to guarantee that patient welfare and safety are prioritized above all else. Furthermore, we are steadfast in our commitment to upholding the principles of informed consent. Yes. Every patient participating in a therapy or research study must be fully informed about the nature of the treatment, its potential risks and benefits, and any available alternatives. This process ensures that patients can make knowledgeable decisions about their participation, fostering an environment of transparency and trust. Patient safety is another critical aspect that the Ethics Committee will oversee. The committee will establish and enforce stringent safety protocols to minimize risk and ensure that all treatments meet the highest standards of medical practice. Regular monitoring and evaluation of ongoing therapies will be conducted to promptly address any issues that may arise, thereby maintaining the highest level of patient care. By embedding these ethical considerations into the foundation of our regulatory framework, we aim to build a healthcare system that is not only innovative, but also trustworthy. This commitment to ethics and safety will enhance the credibility of our medical tourism offerings, attracting patients from around the globe who seek advanced reliable, and ethically sound treatments. The enactment of this bill will significantly boost our economy by positioning the Bahamas as a premier destination for medical and wellness tourism. It will create new jobs, foster educational opportunities, and drive economic growth. More importantly, it will provide our citizens with access to cutting-edge medical treatments that can enhance their quality of life and longevity. Madam Speaker, the bill outlines stringent regulatory and monitoring mechanisms to ensure compliance and accountability in the administration of these therapies. These mechanisms are vital to maintaining the highest standards of safety and efficacy, as well as fostering trust among all stakeholders involved. Firstly, the establishment of a dedicated monitoring body is a cornerstone of this regulatory framework. This body will be responsible for conducting regular inspections of all facilities engaged in the research and administration of these therapies. The monitoring body will assess compliance with established protocols, review the ethical conduct of research, and ensure that all procedures adhere to the rigorous standards set forth in the bill. Through these regular inspections, we aim to identify and rectify any potential issues before they can impact patient safety or the integrity of the research. Additionally, the board established will maintain a comprehensive registry of all approved therapies. This registry will serve multiple purposes. It will provide a transparent record of all therapies that have met the stringent approval criteria, facilitate traceability of these therapies from development through to administration, and ensure that all relevant information is accessible to both practitioners and patients. This level of transparency is crucial for maintaining public trust and for enabling informed decision-making by all stakeholders. The board will also have the authority to mandate the provision of information from any person or entity involved in the administration or research of approved therapies. This includes the power to summon individuals for examination under oath and to access necessary documents and records. Such measures are designed to ensure that all activities are fully transparent and accountable, and that any deviations from approved protocols are swiftly detected and addressed. Moreover, the bill empowers the monitoring body to oversee the advertising and marketing of approved therapies. This is to ensure that all promotional materials are accurate, ethical, and do not mislead patients or the public. The monitoring body will have the authority to take action against any false or misleading claims, thereby protecting the integrity of the therapies and the trust of those who seek them. The regulatory and monitoring mechanisms embedded in this bill are comprehensive and robust. They are designed to uphold the highest standards of medical practice, ensure the ethical conduct of research, and maintain transparency and accountability at every stage. By implementing these measures, we are committed to safeguarding the health and well-being of our citizens while fostering an environment of innovation and excellence in longevity and regenerative therapies. It is crucial to note as well, Madam Speaker, that this bill explicitly prohibits a range of unethical practices to safeguard human dignity and maintain the highest ethical standards in medical research and therapy. The prohibited acts included the genetic modification of human embryos for reproductive purposes. I repeat that, Madam Speaker. The prohibited acts include the genetic modification of human embryos for reproductive purposes, ensuring that no individual or entity can alter the genetic makeup of of an embryo with the intent of it becoming a living human. This restriction is fundamental to prevent potential abuses and unforeseen consequences of genetic engineering on future generations. Additionally, the bill prohibits unauthorized gene therapy testing. This means that no gene therapy can be administered to patients without the proper approvals and informed consent. This provision protects patients from being subjected to experimental treatments that have not been thoroughly vetted for safety and efficacy. It ensures also that all gene therapies undergo rigorous evaluation by the Ethics Committee before being used in clinical settings. The bill, Madam Speaker, also bans any research practices that compromise human dignity. This includes, but is not limited to, the purposeful modification of the human germline in adults and the transplantation of edited human embryos into non-human life forms. Such practices could lead to ethical and biological ramifications that we are not equipped to handle. Thus, their prohibition is necessary to uphold moral and ethical boundaries in scientific research. Moreover, the use of replicative viruses to deliver therapies is restricted unless specifically approved for a particular treatment by the Ethics Committee. This ensures that any potentially hazardous methods are carefully scrutinized and only utilized when absolutely necessary and deemed safe. Violations of these prohibitions will attract severe penalties, reflecting the gravity of these offenses. Individuals or entities found guilty of these acts will face substantial fines, imprisonment, or both. This stringent approach underscores our unwavering commitment to ethical integrity and the protection of human rights in the advancement of medical science. These prohibitions and the associated penalties are integral to maintaining the trust and safety of both the Bahamian public and the international community. They ensure that the Bahamas remains a leader in ethical medical research and practice, upholding the highest standards of moral conduct in all scientific endeavors. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the Longevity and Regenerative Therapies Bill 2024 represents a bold step forward for the Bahamas. It positions our nation as a leader in the burgeoning field of longevity and regenerative medicine, promising substantial benefits for our economy, our healthcare system, and our citizens. This bill is about keeping pace with global advancements. It is about setting a new standard for excellence and innovation. By embracing these cutting-edge therapies, we are ensuring that the Bahamas remains at the forefront of medical science, attracting world-class researchers and practitioners to our shores. This will, in turn, foster an environment of continuous learning and development for our local medical community, raising the standard of care available to our people. Moreover, the economic implications of this bill are far-reaching. As we become a hub for medical and wellness tourism, we can expect a significant influx of international visitors seeking advanced treatments. This will stimulate growth across various sectors, including hospitality, transportation, and local businesses, creating numerous job opportunities and driving our economy forward. The ripple effects of this growth will be felt throughout our communities, contributing to a more prosperous and dynamic society. On a social level, the benefits of this bill cannot be overstated. Access to advanced longevity and regenerative therapies will enhance the quality of life for our citizens, offering new hope and improved health outcomes for many. By prioritizing ethical standards and patient safety, we are also ensuring that these benefits are delivered with the utmost integrity and respect for human dignity. Yes. Madam Speaker, this bill reflects our commitment to a healthier, more innovative, and economically vibrant Bahamas. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Annabas.
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the great people of St. Barnabas, namely the communities of Coconut Grove, Big Pond, Black Village, Oaksfield, and Rock Crusher. Grateful to Almighty God for allowing me to see another day on this earth and another day in our beautiful country, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, as we get ready to celebrate 51 years of independence, Madam Speaker, and I will continue to contend, justifiably I believe, until breath is taken out of my body, that the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is the greatest nation in the world, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, say what? I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing some latitude today in this debate relative to the issue of relevance, Madam Speaker. And I don't say that, Madam Speaker, sheepishly. I do say that I do say that sincerely, Madam Speaker. No, I do say that sincerely, Madam Speaker, because I believe that it is really added to the discussions here this morning and this afternoon. And it's good for democracy and good for the Bahamian people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in that vein, Madam Speaker, before I get to the bill, Madam Speaker, just wish to talk about two very important items, Madam Speaker, and I won't be on those items long. As a matter of fact, my contribution, Madam Speaker, and one is not the unification of the Valley Boys. There's only one Valley Boys, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this issue, and I am glad that the Prime Minister is in the chambers, Madam Speaker, and not to suggest that he wouldn't have heard it if he wasn't here, but I'm just glad that he's here, that this issue of what businesses are feeling, what they deem as this level of assault on businesses in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is shameful, and it continues to anger and outrage not just businesses, Madam Speaker, but outrage Bahamians from all walks of life, Madam Speaker. Let me just say that, and I'm sure every member opposite will emphasize this, we believe that Bahamians, businesses, should comply with the law and whatever is owed to the government, and the Bahamian people should be paid. And so this isn't an issue of being anti-compliant or supportive of businesses that do not pay what they're supposed to pay or follow the rules and the laws. But it's evident and it's clear to the Bahamian people. Yes. You know, sometimes they call it the eye test, Madam Speaker, that if you look at something, sometimes you could just look at something and say something is wrong, something is amiss. And the reality is for businesses, for Bahamian businesses, to see armed personnel, heavily armed personnel coming into businesses, Madam Speaker, it is a real problem in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. It sends a bad signal, Madam Speaker, It sends a bad signal to entrepreneurs in this country and people who want to get involved with business. And there has to be a better way, Madam Speaker, other than having 4, 5, and 6 armed guards coming into a business, Madam Speaker, when you think about the impact of that. As I've said, Madam Speaker, we're not talking about endorsing businesses that are not compliant with the law or what is expected of them, but something that clearly is wrong to the point now where businesses and the Chamber of Commerce and so forth are talking about this issue. And so, you know, Prime Minister, I see that you're here, sir. It is something that has to be addressed. There has to be a better way. I talked about it last week. Can you imagine the impact of... Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Cat Island, Rumkins, and South.
I accept what the St. Barnabas said. And I was moved by what I was saying. It was the thought of, it was the enforcement unit. They thought they had to show force to enforce. But in this instance, I've expressed that there's a better way, as you have pointed out, and that better way will be employed going forward. I don't expect to see scenes as we have seen that's going around in the viral, men going into businesses unless it is a necessary escalation of issues that might apply. And in some instances, the advice I was given was that the armed person was present because they were collecting cash as well as from some establishment, and they were there for purposes of protecting the cash as they were going on. But it just spilled over into other areas. And so there'll be a demarcation where they're collecting cash and they need security for the cash, or where they're just going to make inquiries about compliance. And those demarcations are now being implemented. So we don't expect to see that unless, as I said, it's in circumstances where cash is being collected from a business establishment, and or in cases where there's some escalation of issue between the inquirers and the business places. So as you said, there's a better way, and the better way would be employed.
Thank you, Prime Minister, Member for Cat Island, Monkey, and San Salvador. That is good to hear, Prime Minister, because as I also noted last week, when businesses last week were complaining about this, this is not your contribution. You'll have your turn. You'll have your turn. And the Prime Minister and I were talking. I know you want to get there, but take your time. This is the Davis administration, not Davis Cooper. The point I just wish to... Well, sometimes, Prime Minister, they confuse on that side. Some people say Davis Cooper, some people say Davis. I just let you know, Prime Minister, I'm not confused. I'm not confused, Prime Minister. Thank you. I just wanted to just make a point on that, Prime Minister, that last week, and this is the reality for a lot of Bahamians. This is the reality that when they juxtapose certain concerns and then they see other concerns. So as I said last week, that they see this level, this heavy-handedness with businesses and armed persons walking in businesses, and then you had the unfortunate incident of the person being shot in the compound where you had the court and the police station. And a lot of Bahamians were wondering, how does that happen? Now, I'm not necessarily connecting the two. I'm making the point for the average Bahamian, and they see what is happening in businesses, and then they see this incident where that person was shot in the complex, steps away, well, in the court complex and steps away from the police station, Madam Speaker. Also, it was in the parking lot next to the court. It's part of the complex, compound, right? Compound.
The side plan says all one thing.
Also,
The side plan says all one thing.
That's true. Also, and Prime Minister, thank you so much for being so gracious and answering that question. Also, this issue of Cleo policyholders. Cleo policyholders, they are upset that the government in this budget did not allocate any funding for them. Yeah, so they, so just go ahead.
And Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Callan, Rumkins, and Salvador.
I think you have to appreciate that the government, two administrations, the FN administration and the PL administrations, right, thought that they would step in to assist Cleo policyholders. Now we are assisting them from the public treasury. Tax has been paid, money has been paid into treasury by the Bahamian people. It wasn't that we found this money anywhere else to pay it. Now, no, we did not. We did not. I think I may have answered this if I hadn't. Yeah, you did. I did. Yeah, but yeah, no. We know. Not to propose that, man. We have been made aware that there has been a settlement with the liquidators and the Trinidadian Trinidadian government or whoever, the Trinidadian authorities. That would make the Cleo policyholders whole. Right? The issue we have at the moment is getting the liquidator present to sit down so that we could resolve these things. Right? I'm advised that the liquidator is proposing to pay to declare a payment shortly. But we need to sit down and see where we are, what government has paid out, because government will be entitled to receive their share of what's being paid back to the liquidator, and ensuring that the policyholders get what is due to them. So that's all. That's why, knowing that the funds are available from the rightful source, there was no need for us to budget for it.
If I may, Prime Minister. So, okay, so the $110 billion that Chief Justice would have directed the, I think it's Baker Tilly to accept, right? But there's still an issue of when will that money be available? And isn't it so, Prime Minister, before you respond, right? Isn't there, we don't know when that money is coming. So why in the meantime doesn't the government still just stand in the gap? Stand in the gap, particularly because, and correct me if I'm wrong, that each of these policyholders would have executed an assignment of their dividends to the government, so that when the monies come in, the government would be repaid anyway. So why not pay the policyholders in the meantime, particularly that the government is going to get the money? Because right now, the policyholders, about 10,000 of them feel as though the government has abandoned them on this issue.
And the government directed them to pay the premiums and so forth.
I'm surprised that the 10,000 believe that we'll abandon them. I think once they appreciate, we took the view that these funds are readily available, and they should be readily available. I don't want to say what steps the government is going to take to make sure they're readily available, but I know that the Finance Secretary was given some specific instructions by me last week in respect to getting the liquidator's attention to resolve this matter in the very immediate term. But in any event, right, we have not abandoned them. The fact that we have not budgeted, and if there's a need to step in, the government will step in. But we don't see that need right now. We're going to step in to ensure that the liquidator does his job and discharges his job appropriately. And that's what we wait for.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, This debate today on the longevity and regenerative therapies bill is a very complex but interesting one, Madam Speaker. Just on that initial point about the bill, I do believe that making the public more aware of what the government is trying to achieve with this particular bill, because a lot of this is seeped with a lot of technicality, particularly in the field of medicine, Madam Speaker. And so particularly with these kinds of bills, you know, public awareness, as we've talked about, members on this side have talked about, public awareness about its importance, its impact, its benefit to the Bahamian people, that have been expressed in different ways and articulated in different ways by members, particularly from the government side. But the Bahamian people, I feel, Madam Speaker, need to know exactly the impact of this, the benefits, not just economically, Madam Speaker, but the benefits to the Bahamian populace as a whole. I really believe that there needs to be more public awareness of this bill, its potential challenges, its potential benefits, and how this positions the Commonwealth of the Bahamas in this particular field. I really think that is very, very important, and so I would encourage the government to do that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member for Cal Island, Rum Kingston Salvador, the Prime Minister, used the phrase that we use in here often, and it's a very good phrase, and it's very important, and it applies to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas in many different things, and that is, with this particular piece of legislation, positioning us as a global leader in this field, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, whether it's in financial services and other areas, one of the things that I constantly think about, Madam Speaker, and I thought about this as I get into some of my concerns here relative to this, is that we know one of the challenges that we face constantly as a people is that we are always under extra scrutiny in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. You know, it is because of the envious position that we hold in the world, but we are constantly under extra scrutiny, Madam Speaker. So we have to be twice as smart, you know, we have to be twice as good. And even when it comes to regulation and so forth, just as in the financial services industry, we just have to be twice as good as coming up with regulation and regulating ourselves, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the reason why I came from that particular angle, Madam Speaker, is because as we bring these various pieces of legislation to Parliament, particularly the ones that requires a great deal of heavy regulation in order for that long-term goal to be achieved, of whatever it may be, just as in this case where the government sees regenerative medicine in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the issue of regulation, Madam Speaker, is a very, 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 very important, Madam Speaker. So we know, just on what has been discussed today, Madam Speaker, that this bill does have far-reaching reputational and ethical implications for our country. And so what has been said by us on this side is the concern about not having the level of consultation, Honorable Member for Tall Pines, the level of consultation particularly as it relates to this type of legislation that has, again, so many far-reaching ethical and reputational implications for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And so we are concerned that the requisite personnel, bodies in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, particularly as it relates to the medical bodies, have not been consulted to the level, if at all, for something so important that we are now proposing will help us in our whole medical tourism bid, if you will, Madam Speaker. So we're concerned about that. We're also concerned, as the member for St. Anne's talked about, and the member for Marco City, when he got up on his feet, talked about the input of the church, and we know how important that is. We are concerned, and we hope that the government heeds this concern that we have. And I know that the member for Tall Pines, on a number of occasions today, has tried to allay that concern, but we are fundamentally concerned that this consultation has not happened at the level, this level, as fundamental as that should be, prior to us debating this bill here this afternoon, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, you know, when you think about concerns and regulation, and it's not about playing devil's advocate, but oftentimes to understand the magnitude or the importance of one aspect of a bill or a piece of legislation, you can go to where there are areas, as in this case, where you look at Section 17, Prohibited Acts, and the Prime Minister talked about it, Madam Speaker. But again, I wish to mention it to emphasize, in my view and in our view, the magnitude and how serious this bill is, and some of the blind spots, if you will, Madam Speaker, blind spots, if you will, where regulation is so important because of the impact of would-be bad actors, if you will, Madam Speaker, right? And so it says that no person or entity shall genetically modify a human embryo with the intent of that embryo becoming a living human. It's a serious business, Madam Speaker. No person or entity shall test gene therapies on patients without informed consent. No person or entity shall purposely modify the germline of an adult human. Madam Speaker, what they call those things, member for Tall Pines, what's the technical term? Designer babies, they call them. Designer babies, they call them. Designer babies, they call them, where persons are trying to create this baby that fits every qualification that they believe should happen in a human being and so forth. And again, Madam Speaker, I heard the member earlier today about, this is not about scaring or fear-mongering or anything, Madam Speaker. This is just about legitimate concerns about the magnitude of what it is we are being asked to pass here, and ensuring that the proper legislation is here. And that's why I go back, Madam Speaker, to something that impacts the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and the medical community in such a way. Why haven't we done the proper consultation? And I heard the member for Tall Pines talk about what could be done after the fact. But I would argue that having the consultation to the level that we believe that has not happened and that we understand has not happened actually could avoid plenty issues down the road, and some of the issues that the bill spells out and but definitely in word, does its best to prevent, Madam Speaker. So not just prevention and how the bill is set up, but in functionality. And I believe the best way to get there would have been to have the level of consultation, Madam Speaker, that I believe that the Bahamian people would have wanted relative to this, Madam Speaker. I am concerned, Madam Speaker, that there seems to be more of a focus. I'm not going to say that there's no focus on the other aspects, but there seems to be a strong focus on the economic impact, the business of what this will bring, which is important. Don't get me wrong, Madam Speaker. It's very, very important. And so I just offer this concern. You know, when people are understandably, Madam Speaker, in need for use of medical advancement and technology, because as the member for Central and South Eleuthera talked about, he talked about a situation with someone he's aware of who has a son who could use this type of medicine, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have special, like a lot of Bahamian families, special need children in our family where you don't know necessarily why their condition is what it is, or that the present medical apparatus, medical structure you have does not help, and this may. So let me just say that. So I fully appreciate what the member for Central and South Eleuthera talked about. What I'm talking about, Madam Speaker, is how do we, even in the best case, achieve what we want to achieve from an economic beneficial standpoint, a medical standpoint, while ensuring, and that's why I go back to regulation, ensuring that the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is protected from what we could see now by looking at this bill is some blind spots of what consultation could have fixed even before this bill, we attempt to pass this bill, Madam Speaker. Because again, as I said a couple of minutes ago, Madam Speaker, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is the envy of the world. And the irony of it is, right, as we aim to be global leaders in this area, it is going to come with extra scrutiny. It is going to come with extra scrutiny. As I said, analogous to, they don't want us in the financial services business, so they scrutinize us even harder. That's why we have to be twice as good and twice as smart in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And the good thing is God has blessed us and allowed us to be twice as good and twice as smart, Madam Speaker. So I apply that similar sort of assessment as it relates to this, to ensure that we can withstand not only the scrutiny of those who don't want us to be in the business of regenerative medicine, but also the ability to deal with those quote-unquote bad actors who are going to try to use this in some nefarious and frankly evil way. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, and not to suggest that members here are naive to this, there will be persons who will go to unsuspecting people and say, man, listen, I could get this done in the Bahamas. They ain't got much regulation down there, right? Okay? You ain't got to worry about that. That's just the Bahamas. Okay? Now, I'm not saying that means that they're right. I'm just saying particularly there will be people that will be their angle. They ain't got no rules down there and so forth. So I'm just making the point about making sure that the regulation is of such a nature and the consultation is of such a nature. And you're not going to, this is not a perfect world, you're not going to avoid people from trying whatever it is they're going to try. I'm just saying, Madam Speaker, because we have to be twice as good, twice as smart, we got to be 3 times better than them, so to speak, Madam Speaker. I believe that we need to focus more on the regulatory aspect of this, Madam Speaker, and how potentially harmful it can be to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas if those regulations aren't stronger. And again, Madam Speaker, it is concerning that the level of consultation, particularly with something like this, has not been had, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I take my seat, Madam Speaker, just wish to let the great people of St. Barnabas know that we are continuing with the continuing education programs that we have. And they can check the constituency office, Madam Speaker. We are big about the development of our people in every which way, particularly the young and those adults in the community who didn't necessarily finish high school for whatever reason, and we're looking for ways that they can increase their skills, Madam Speaker, because as my mama said, as long as you're in there, you can learn anything, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I thank you very, very much for this opportunity to contribute this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Exhumations and Rikers Island.
Thank you indeed, Madam Speaker. I am always grateful to stand on behalf of the people of Exhumations and Rikers Island. And today I stand to support the Longevity and Regenerative Therapies Bill 2024. And let me at the outset tell you that I'm voting for this bill, Madam Speaker. And no amount of scaremongering will stop me from doing so. There are reasons we make laws. There are reasons the electorate and our citizens, our residents, our constituents send us here.
Yes.
They send us to make laws, to defend against bad actors, because there are bad actors in every industry, Madam Speaker. In the USA last year, more than 44,000 people died in traffic accidents. But we still drive cars, Madam Speaker. But we put laws in place to ensure that people don't drink and drive, to minimize the possibility. We want to minimize speeding. Therefore, we put laws in place, and that's why we're putting the laws in place today.
Yes.
And we're confident about our professionals. We're confident about the task force that helped to bring this bill here today. We're confident in their research, their abilities, Madam Speaker. And we are extremely confident that we have benchmarked this against international best practice. So I'm voting for it, Madam Speaker, and I will do so proudly. I want to commend the Minister of Health. And I had an opportunity to listen to some of his presentation, and I commend him for a detailed explanation of the medical aspects of the bill. I congratulate him for being forward-looking, and I congratulate the entire team who've been involved, the Office of the Attorney General, for getting this work done. We have workers over here on this side, Madam Speaker. We have workers, not talkers. When you put work in front of us, we don't just run away. We roll up our sleeves and we get the work done for the Bahamian people.
Yes.
And I hope that I won't belabor some elements of the medical aspects of this issue, because I intend to focus more heavily on the tourism and investments implication of this groundbreaking legislation. I want to repeat that. Groundbreaking legislation, Madam Speaker. In our blueprint for change, we promised we would recover, rebuild, and revolutionize. We are revolutionizing, Madam Speaker. Last week, we saw the New Day Act to support the digital assets industry.
Yes.
Today, we will pass the Longevity and Regenerative Therapies Bill. And by month end, we could bring the Cannabis Bill too. We're revolutionizing, Madam Speaker, just as we promised we would do in our blueprint for change. We're workers on this side, you see, not talkers. Madam Speaker, the Bahamas has a strong tourism brand. And the Ministry of Tourism, Investment and Aviation continues to ensure that our business development strategies are evidence-based and meet the needs of travelers and customers. And this bill creates a platform for the further evolution of the Bahamas tourism brand from a focus on recreation to rejuvenation, longevity, and regeneration. And I am frankly very excited about the possibilities. The data on the shifting global trend is compelling. And as lifestyles change, the requirements and expectations of travelers are changing in terms of health and longevity and medical tourism. People want to travel to destinations and stay in facilities that are human-centered and holistic and support well-being and their overall health and happiness.
Yes.
Recent Global Wellness Institute data also shows that wellness is the new why, and the primary purchase motivators for customers across the board, including tourism product, they choose. They choose the places that they choose to visit. Research shows that 85% of our health and wellness outcomes are dictated by our environment, and this includes physical environment. People everywhere are becoming increasingly aware of this fact globally. And the data also shows that for customers, improving my health and saving me money ranks in that order. Improving my health ranks ahead of saving me money, Madam Speaker. The Global Well, and that's scientific base. The Global Wellness Institute 2022 report estimates wellness tourism to be a $651 billion industry. The wellness real estate industry, which sits within the wellness tourism ecosystem, is estimated as a $387 billion economy and is projected to increase to $912 billion by 2028, which was in some ways accelerated by the pandemic, making wellness real estate one of the fastest growing sectors, in fact, the fastest growing sector of the wellness economy since 2017. I see this bill as an opportunity that is unique to tourism. This bill opens new vistas for the Bahamas.
Yes.
The global interest in longevity and regenerative therapies has surged, driven by advances in medical science that promise to extend healthy lifespan and combat chronic diseases. And by establishing a robust legal framework for these therapies, the Bahamas positions itself at the forefront of this rapidly growing field. And we're not alone in recognizing this potential. Countries like the USA have developed comprehensive frameworks to regulate and to promote regenerative medicine, ensuring both safety and innovation. And as I indicated, wellness real estate is the largest growing investment area. This has the potential to be a multi-trillion-dollar business.
Yes.
That's trillion. Trillion with a T, Madam Speaker. It's fast becoming a reality in places like Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, and other countries. This bill positions the Bahamas to be able to get its share. The bill is designed to attract investors in the space that integrates regenerative wellness with a diversity in wellness amenities. Experiences so that persons visiting the Bahamas can receive cutting-edge, longevity-enhancing and regenerative therapies like stem cells, gene therapies, and other therapies, and they can extend their stay to experience the Bahamas for days, weeks, and even months. That's what we want.
Yes.
As we deepen their regenerative wellness experience. Madam Speaker, the global trends show a melting between lifestyles with wellness and tourism as the future. Tourism hospitality products of the future will be complex, mixed-use, cross-generational, hybrid hospitality buildings that integrate the benefits of a hotel residence with longevity and wellness and regenerative health therapies, wellness tourism amenities. And you know, God has given us the environmental assets, such as sun, sand, oceans, culture, people, and communities. That's right. In tourism, we are going further beyond sun, sand, and sea. And this bill will help us to innovate. The 2024 Longevity and Regenerative Therapies Bill will support an increase in medical tourism for persons traveling to the Bahamas for cutting-edge therapies for diseases of aging, sports injuries, and rare diseases. The bill will also attract investors in the emerging wellness real estate sector interested in embedding longevity and regenerative therapies in these facilities, in hotels, therapeutics to aesthetics, to recreation and family fun. Yes, we are going beyond sun, sand, and sea. The Longevity and Regenerative Therapies Bill encourages investment in creating centers of excellence that compare with any center around the world. Reimagine receiving regenerative treatment and then refreshing oneself in one of the islands of the Bahamas nearby your facility until you have clearance to travel. That's right. Reimagine, regenerate, and refresh in the islands of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. This legislation will attract top-tier medical professionals and researchers to our shores, fostering a better ecosystem of innovation and excellence. It will encourage many Bahamians who are abroad and many persons who have citizenship elsewhere but are descended from the Bahamas, who are in this space already, who want to come to the magnificence of the Bahamas to practice their profession. This is a win-win-win proposition, Madam Speaker. People like Dr. Desiree Cox, who is specialized in this area, PhD and a medical doctor, a Rhodes Scholar, a Bahamian, who has made contributions already, and who is interested in making continued contributions. This bill will create new opportunities in new industries for Bahamians, just like we promised we would do in our Blueprint for Change. It has the potential to see tourists seeking advanced medical treatment flock to the Bahamas, benefiting from our world-class health facilities and the scenic beauty. We can become a premier destination for health and wellness. This bill is designed to create a conducive environment for investment, but also for safety in this business, Madam Speaker. And by offering financial incentives, regulatory exclusivity, and streamline approval processes, we encourage businesses and investors to set up operations in the Bahamas. This approach mirrors successful strategies in the European Union, where streamlined regulations have attracted substantial investments in the regenerative medicine sector. The legislation ensures rigorous oversight. The legislation ensures, St. Barnabas, rigorous oversight and ethical standards, which are crucial for maintaining public trust and attracting reputable firms. The establishment of the Longevity and Regenerative Therapy Board and the Ethics Review Committee ensures that all research and treatments adhere to the highest standards of safety and efficacy, international highest standards of safety and efficacy. And as we have done in financial services, the world will know that this is no backwater jurisdiction where you can come and practice in a halfway manner. You must apply your professional learnings and adhere to the highest standards of safety and efficacy. Yes. As I said, this bill makes the environment for investing more and make it more attractive for doing so in the Bahamas. And the world can now recognize that we have a structure for these types of therapies and centers. The bill allows for monitoring, and it has the safety factors in place that international and domestic regulatory bodies would need to see. And there are mechanisms for data to be repatriated securely back to US or the EU. So let's say, for example, you invest in a particular new therapy, and that therapy has gotten a FDA administration green light for an investigational new drug application. As an investor, you're going to pump money into an initial trial with angel funding, or however they raise the money for the trial. And normally, even if you get the green light to move forward after that trial, it will still take years for you to get any real return on investment for the therapy, because you still will have to do a series of trials. And with the passage of this bill into law, the Bahamas now has the environment for you to do a patient-sponsored study here in which the patient would pay for their therapy that they're getting during the trial. So the investor, the company, now has an opportunity to monetize the trial process as well. And there are good reasons why individuals opt to do trial therapies, as I'm sure you would have heard earlier from the Honorable Minister of Health and from my colleague, as was referenced earlier. So the investor company now has an opportunity, as I've said, to monetize the trial process. And the company can now go out and raise more money from the other investors, because there is a place in the world where that therapy is being safely administered. This bill is a win-win-win proposition, yes, Madam Speaker. And we're opening new vistas for investments in the Bahamas, and this legislation is forward-looking. Right now, there's major potential for investment in medical wellness and wellness real estate. And I repeat that to be emphatic. But there's also a major gap between what we aspire to in this bill and what is actually here now. So we are going to be advancing our work in this area because we're workers and not talkers. We want to have these regenerative therapies available in what they refer to as the centers of excellence that will be built here. We want to see the industry develop to the point where we would see people staying in the country longer for these therapies. But aside from the very high-end side of the market, like say in Albany, We don't have physical facilities that embody the idea of a hospitality, a wellness hotel, where there are regenerative amenities, where you can actually get cutting-edge treatments and stay for longer and enjoy the beach and the culture and the heritage and the people and the sun and the sand and the sea. However, this gap represents opportunity and potential. The legislation also opens up major opportunities in the country for Bahamians. To develop and own and operate these facilities. And I am delighted that this new administration is not Nassau-centric, because in our blueprint for change, we foreshadowed using the Exuma and Abaco mini hospitals for medical tourism. It is still our expectation, Tall Pines, that a fully functioning facility will not just take care of residents, but will open new opportunities for new industry, new jobs, and new opportunities. We believe the potential is huge, and this legislation can help generate many job opportunities for Bahamians, ranging from clinical and research roles to administrative and support positions. It will also spur the development of new skills and expertise amongst our workforce as they gain exposure to cutting-edge medical technologies and practices. Our educational institutions will also have the opportunity to partner with international research bodies, providing training and development programs that keep our talent pool at the forefront of global medical advancements. So we are embracing these opportunities, embracing this global shift towards wellness tourism opens the door to greater return on investments and greater net operating income, Madam Speaker, and greater economic opportunities for the Bahamas and for Bahamians. We can have blended spaces where treatment can be had with therapies that are unique and can't be found anywhere else in the world, but the family has the opportunity to have an environment like ours that's comfortable for them, where they can stay longer. This is win-win. And I want to stress again that this will be good for Bahamians. Access to advanced medical therapies will not only be available for foreigners and tourists, but therapies will become more readily available here, reducing the need for our residents to seek these same treatments abroad and ensuring that high-quality care is accessible right here at home.
Yes.
People are living longer, and these treatments will help them to have a better quality of life for longer. The natural beauty of our islands, our up-to-date infrastructure, our relative low-tax environment, our proximity to the major markets of North America make our country one that is highly attractive for investment projects of all types, particularly with the investment reforms that we have undertaken. And this legislation will open up new and lucrative possibilities for our country. People use the word transformative a lot, Madam Speaker, but I sincerely believe that this bill actually is a transformative piece of legislation that positions the Bahamas as a leader in the future of health care in the region. With this bill, we will have all the regulatory and legal pieces for this to really take off as an industry. It opens doors to unprecedented opportunities in tourism, investments, job creation, with opportunities to significantly enhance the health and well-being of our people. I will vote for this bill, Madam Speaker.
Me too.
But I emphasize that passing this bill alone is not enough to mobilize the opportunities. And I therefore hope that we collectively will throw our full support behind it, opposition and government. I hope that we will find the leadership will to throw our full support behind it. I hope that we will create the enabling framework. I hope that we will allocate the resources and budgets forward to promote internationally and to encourage investments in this space. Ease of doing business with balanced regulations and safely executing, in my view, must be the order of the day to maximize this opportunity. This will not happen with the bill alone. Ease of doing business with balanced regulations must be the order of the day. And as we build capacity, we must ensure that we draw on telemedicine, Kalani.
Yes.
We must be sure that we draw on international specialists, Tall Pines. Yes. If this means amending the Medical Act to ensure that the Medical Council is more robust, more efficient, and more responsive, then that is what we must do. This bill, I hope, will encourage more Bahamian professionals with expertise in this space, as I've said before, to return home, to engage, and to seize the opportunities that this bill will create in this growing industry. And I hope this will encourage more Bahamian professionals with expertise to aspire.
Yes.
And I hope that our children will one day see this as a career possibility. And I pay tribute today to a young man from Exuma, Ellen Coakley. His name is Pablo Smith. He is an academic. He was accepted on a full scholarship to Harvard University. And I don't recall the name of what he's going to be studying, but it's generally along these lines. It's so advanced and so technical that this young boy who went to Ellen Coakley, the school where I attended, can now have an opportunity to assert his academic prowess that started at Ellen Coakley, sit with people, the best academias all around the world.
That's right.
Advance his knowledge and skills at Harvard, no less. And he's promised me that one day he will come back.
Yes.
And it's legislation like this that we ought to be putting in place so that we don't lose the Pablo Smiths of the world. And they return to our country, St. Barnabas, recognizing that opportunities abound because we weren't scared. And we recognize that we have the expertise to be leaders. We have Bahamian professionals who can guide us to ensure that as we have done in the digital asset space, as we have done in financial services, we can be successful in this business as well.
Yes.
And I hope, I won't use the extra time I have, Madam Speaker, I assure you, but I hope that this will allow some existing healthcare professionals to pivot, to help us to continue to revolutionize, just as we promised to do in our blueprint for change. So on behalf of the people of Exuma, I support this bill. I will vote for this bill. And may the good Lord continue to grow and prosper the longevity and regenerative therapies industry. And may He bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Barnabas.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I didn't want to interrupt the member for Exumas and Ragged Island, but the member talked about a task force. Can the member please enlighten us on? Can the member please enlighten us on which task force he was talking about, and when was this task force formed? Because we are a bit confused.
The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Tall Pines.
The member for St. Barnabas, anytime there's a piece of legislation that is going through a process, a group of individuals are first tasked with the responsibility to look at the nuts and bolts of the legislation. We have many members on our ethics committee and the scientific community who actually assisted us to get us to where we are today. And this piece of legislation has been vetted by some of the most reputable scientists around the world, both reputable attorneys and people in the business community and in the investment community. And so when we look at all the individuals involved in bringing us to where we are today, it requires a group that was referred to as a task force in that context.
So he actually asked you when the impression we got from tourism is that this particular iteration of this bill benefited from the task force. So we're asking which task force. Stand up when you speak to the
Yes, I thought I already spoke to what is referred to as the task force. Let me finish. You asked me a question. Let me finish the question.
For the sake of the public, let me ask a question on the record.
The member for Exuma gave the impression that sorry, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Marcos.
Madam Speaker, the member for Exuma gave the impression that the task force was something that had recently occurred. So the member for St. Barnabas was simply asking which task force was he referring to, because certainly we were not aware of one since the initial one was established in 2012.
The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Tall Pines has answered the question. If the members on the other side have further questions, they can put them on the notices, Madam Speaker. My intention today is not to focus on the minutiae. My intention today is to focus on the fact that the work has been done by a collective body of professionals. I'm not done. I'm not done. The member for Tall Pines has detailed the professionals engaged and tasked with the responsibility of bringing this bill to this point. And I am satisfied with that because I have faith in the Office of the Attorney General. I have faith in the drafters of this bill. I have faith in the member for Tall Pines, who is a physician himself. And I have faith in all of the professionals who contributed to this bill. So I am not going to be deterred by the talk and the minutiae. I'm still voting for this bill, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Marcos City.
Madam Speaker, just for members of the public benefit, there was no task force that was established in order to put in place this iteration of the bill, which we are on record as saying that the longevity and regenerative therapies bill could quite possibly open up a range of additional therapies that may be beneficial to a number of illnesses, unfortunately most of which were not enumerated in the presentation by those that spoke on the other side. But there was no task force in place. Now, if the member for Exuma had wished to comment on the task force that was established ahead of the first stem cell bill, which is December of 2012, that's a different story altogether. And so we just didn't want the public to go away believing, contrary to what we had said on this side, that there was very little consultation with a number of the practitioners who are today in place.
Just for the record, Madam Speaker,
The chair recognizes
it appears that the other side is intent on dating some of this work back to when the other side may have been in office.
No, we want you to be clear.
This was in fact put in place while former Prime Minister Christie was in place. So no, we're not taking credit. We're just trying to put in context timeline.
And your administration didn't do anything with it.
No. This has nothing to do with our administration. We were just talking about consultation.
I'm following your own chronology.
Exactly.
Madam Speaker, once more, this bill is transformative. And the minutiae right now, Madam Speaker, is a bit beneath where we are. The member for Tall Pines has elucidated this matter, and I've spoken to the tremendous opportunities. If the members from the other side wish to say that this has been in the works for a long time, I'll take that, Madam Speaker, and I'm okay with it. It demonstrates that there have been people working past and present to get it to a stage where it is, and it gives me even greater comfort that it wasn't rushed. And it emphasized that they had 4 years to do it, and they didn't, Madam Speaker. So what we're doing now is we're bringing it into law so that the opportunities can accrue to the people of the Bahamas.
As many. The chair recognizes the honourable member for St. Barnabas.
Just to be clear, Madam Speaker, just to be clear on this point. The members opposite to this point, and I'm sure that the member for Marcos City will articulate the same. We have been concerned as it relates to this bill about the lack of consultation that we are aware has not happened. Has not happened. And all we are saying, for example, for something such as so important and the Medical Association has not been consulted, is a problem, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Exuma St. Island.
This bill was laid here in Parliament on the 17th of April. Our administration, this New Day administration, is always available directly at a policy level, and the technical people are always available for briefings. And I keep saying this, Madam Speaker. So when there is a bill laid in this House now for months, as legislators, they ought not expect us to spoon feed them. They ought to do their own research, and they ought to come to this place ready, and they ought to seek consultation if that is what they need, Madam Speaker. The member for Tall Pines, the technical people, I did a briefing so that I could understand it better. This isn't my field of expertise, Madam Speaker. But I requested, and it was granted, Madam Speaker, and that is what responsible legislators ought to do, Madam Speaker. There's opportunity for education of the public, and I support that. And there will be a lot more education for the public. But I don't want, again, once more, for the issue here today, one of substance, to be sidetracked by one of minutiae that seemed to be the intent of the member for St. Barnabas.
Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member is talking about what responsible legislators should do. Shouldn't one of the responsible things that a responsible government and legislators do on what is supposed to be transformative transformative piece of medical legislation, shouldn't they consult the Bahamas Medical Association as an example? Shouldn't they?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for 12 minutes.
This medical association is put in place to assess what's happening with doctors in the country. We bring legislation that is directly related to healthcare reform. This legislation is brought to the House of Assembly. It becomes public knowledge. It sits in the waiting for consultation. Many people have consulted us. I do not have to take a piece of legislation and present it to every physician in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We are transforming the healthcare system through legislative reform. And these legislative reforms are brought to this place where we make laws. It is the responsibility of healthcare professionals to understand the legislative framework. And as a matter of fact, I brought scientists in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for 2 days to speak about this piece of legislation. And guess what? Those medical physicians who are interested in this form of legislation presented themselves and questioned the experts pertaining to it. And there are hundreds of Bahamians, medical practitioners, who are keen on this piece of legislation being tabled, debated, and brought into law. So to say there has been no consultation is a misdemeanor. There has been consultation. And to make it even more interesting, we are repealing the stem cell legislation that does not have the regulatory framework to manage the industry. And the former administration made no effort to create regulations to keep up with the industry, and that is what we're doing here today.
Thank you, honorable member. Asmini, the chair recognizes the honorable member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
For 12 points, you ended it there. Member for 12 points, you ended it there. Good work. Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the people of the West Grand Bahama and Bimini constituency to lend our collective voice very briefly to this longevity and regenerative therapies bill 2024. Before I get into that, Madam Speaker,
members,
I want to take this opportunity to formally convey condolences to the family of Ansel Sanders of Bimini. Mr. Sanders was one of the pillars of the Bimini community that I had the pleasure of meeting and whose wisdom I digested. May his soul rest in peace. And Madam Speaker, when I rise again in this House, I would like to touch on a matter that is affecting Grand Bahamians by putting an added burden on them, and that is the Grand Bahama Power Company and the use of estimation of power usage. And I will present my bills, Madam Speaker, to show how it is being done. But Madam Speaker, we are seeking to establish the Bahamas as a world leader in medical and wellness tourism, particularly in the field of longevity and regenerative medicine. The establishment of such is expected to provide significant economic, educational, social, health, and job opportunities for Bahamians and residents. Madam Speaker, I am no doctor. I won't dare get into the technical side of things. But from my own little research, what I have come to understand is that issues, for example, such as a torn tendon or chronic pain from arthritis or a degenerative disc disease, etc., whatever it is that you have, the main thing you want is relief. You don't just want relief. You want that pain to be relieved via the most minimally invasive way possible. So imagine a treatment plan that uses your own blood and stem cells to help your body heal itself. Yeah. I further understand that it is safe, simple, and fast. There is accelerated healing, reduced inflammation and pain, and my understanding, I said on my understanding is that it allows for
Members.
healthier bones and tissues. That sounds good to me, Madam Speaker.
Breaking it down small.
The extent to which this sort of medical science can go,
Thank you very much.
I would imagine is unknown. But as the member for Tall Pines indicated, this medical science stops aging. As good as that sounds, there is a need for containment. There is a need for a legal framework in terms of legislation. There is a need for, and you have heard me use this term before, a targeted approach in order to establish the field, build credibility, ensure accountability, make room for opportunity, but more so add access so that people can be healed. So here we are as a government, Madam Speaker, doing just that. When you look at this bill in its entirety, you will find that almost everything has been taken into consideration. The language is clear. One of the things that stuck out to me was Clause 8, which speaks to the responsibilities and the powers of the board. They must ensure that best practices and standards are upheld in all in vivo and ex vivo therapy and research operations programs. They will develop and implement policies to monitor compliance with all aspects of the Act, and they must report annually. Another area of interest for me, Madam Speaker, was Clause 11, which speaks to the powers of the Ethics Committee. Whatever therapies and research programs are conducted, they must be done safely and ethically and scientifically implemented. But further to that, they must be designed to align with emerging scientific developments worldwide. It makes no sense having advanced medicine and we do not stay current with evolving trends and developments. The bill covers from application to approval for operation and subsequent oversight. One of the last points I wish to make on this, Madam Speaker, is that where Grand Bahamas is concerned, and what is encompassed in this bill, one of the things that Grand Bahama is being poised to become, or becoming rather, because great efforts are being expended in that regard, is the home of innovation. That includes medical and wellness tourism too. So as an elected member from that island, I would hope that once this bill is passed, our island will be seen as a perfect home for emerging treatment centers and other businesses for this field. If my memory serves me right, we are no stranger to longevity and regenerative therapies. We did once have a company, now defunct, that offered stem cell therapies and treatments. Perhaps we could spur growth in that sector again. Madam Speaker, this bill is a step in the right direction, as noted in recent times by the member for Tall Pines. This bill seeks to address the life-changing benefits longevity and regenerative medical therapies will have on thousands of Bahamians. That is what matters, where it counts, creating avenues for our people to access more quality health care, impact, positive impact. Madam Speaker, I want the Bahamian people to note that every time the opposition members speak, they try to convince themselves and the Bahamian people why the government should not do this and not do that. We would have heard earlier the member for Kalani spoke about why the hospital should not be built. Roads in Long Island, the water issue in Eleuthera. The problem I have is, Madam Speaker, these are all issues that were present under their administration. I see the pattern because it's now getting done. We are now fixing the issues that were left neglected by them. Millions were spent with so little to show. So I understand the behavior. But Madam Speaker, I say to the Bahamian people, this Davis-led administration cares about you.
That's right. That's right.
We will get it done. Madam Speaker, West Grand Bahama and Bimini supports this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini.
I can't accept it from him. I give it, better bring it. That's a bad baton. It was a pass.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Marcos City.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Wrong direction now. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank God for this opportunity and the residents of Marcos City for the opportunity to echo their dreams and aspirations and work towards it in this place, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to begin by extending condolences to just some of the families who we have lost recently, who have lost loved ones recently, and to let them know that we're thinking about them and praying for them during this most difficult period. Madam Speaker, almost every week we have, many of us in this place, apart from our individual constituencies, have in fact been attending national memorials and funerals. In some cases now, 2 national figures in 1 week. But Madam Speaker, all life is equally valuable, and so I want to say to the family of DeWitt Kemp how much you are in our thoughts and prayers, and the families of Olga Feaster, Livingston Woods, Delphine Higgs, Dina Forbes Williams, Alicia Jervis Garland, and to other Marcos City family members who are now grieving for Ulrich Nixon. And of course, my niece, her own husband, great Exuma man. We will miss Brother Nixon very much. And of course, Granville Pancho Bain and Suzette Roberts and Nelisa Roberts Harvey, Beryl Stewart, and really one of the most powerful matriarchs that all of us, certainly in the Free National Movement, know, Shanina Lockhart Gibson, who we continue to pray for her family and thank them for sacrificing along with so many others time that she would have spent with them that she really spent doing the work of our party. And also we grieve with the family of Reverend Leonard Pinder, and to say how much we will miss him, and we thank God for his contribution. I had the good fortune of attending Captain Moxie's funeral, and I mean, what an incredible job he has done as an entrepreneur in the Bahamas in raising an incredible family, such gifted children who continue in many different ways to make contributions to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And we want to say to the Moxie family how much we grieve with you, and we thank God for the incredible work of your father, your grandfather, your husband. May their souls rest in peace and rise in glory. Madam Speaker, members of the opposition have clearly indicated that we believe the Longevity and Regenerative Therapies Bill 2024, which is a bill that has repealed the stem cell bill, that it has potential to provide some transformative therapy for a number of Bahamians who are ailing as a result of a number of illnesses. The concerns raised by the opposition, as we caution the government, is for the government to be careful in this end justify the means approach to doing the people's business. we see that strategy being employed in the case of BPL. There's tremendous dysfunction in the grid, in the transmission and distribution lines. We have problems with the generation. We have problems in transferring, whether it's gas from Clifton Pier to Blue Hills. We need a regasification plant. We need to solve the bunkering issues. All of those things are true. But how you execute it is as important as executing it. And so not only is the destination important, but the journey to get there is also important. And that's why we say we support competitive bidding, et cetera. With this particular bill, we support longevity and regenerative therapies in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We believe that there are a number of therapies out there. The unfortunate thing is there are also therapies out there that are potentially dangerous to Bahamians. And of course, the minister, the member for Tall Pines, acknowledged that in his presentation. Other speakers alluded to the potential danger to Bahamians and to even visitors who come to the Bahamas. Therefore, the goal is to put in place at least two things. One, the appropriate policy, and two, the legislation and regulations that flow out of the appropriate policy. The difficulty this administration has is, again, and the chaplain alluded to it, the lack of humility in approaching the preparation of legislation. The arrogance that one can look past the medical practitioners who can play a pivotal role in helping to guide this process. Since this process is really not just about medical tourism, which was the major argument of this administration, it is about saving lives and improving the quality of life for so many Bahamians who are afflicted with different debilitating illnesses that require this kind of therapy. This bill, as we understand it, seeks to broaden the category of products and therapies that can help a number of Bahamians and others who come to the Bahamas for treatment in a way that the stem cell bill would not have been able to address because it narrowly looked at certain categories of diseases and therapies. This bill is designed, as you look at the object and reason, to expand the regulatory environment in order to address some of the new therapies that are out there in the marketplace. Madam Speaker, when the government spoke about the policy being developed, and that is to be developed, it is in fact aspirational, meaning they have not yet gotten there yet, they are still working on it. And that the minister himself said, we are open to ongoing consultation. Obviously, this is an evolving issue. One concern that we have that gives us pause on this piece of legislation is that the government failed to consult some of those persons who were here from ground zero in the development of the stem cell bill of 2012. So when the member for Exuma talked about this particular bill being informed by medical practitioners or professionals, the best-in-class intellectuals on this subject, what he must have been referring to was those persons who participated in the process of the National Stem Cell Task Force of 2012. In December of 2012, one of the drafts, draft 6, was made available. And during that time, a number of professionals, all of whom, at least in the initial iteration of the appointment, were medical doctors, with the exception of Reverend Angela Palacios, who also provided some guidance. But some of those persons would have included Dr. Paul Ward and Dwayne Sands and Robin Roberts and Dr. McCartney and Martin and Francis and Benaby. And of course, Professor Arthur Porter was the chair of that particular body at the time. And they did an incredible job in terms of examining not just the potential health benefit to Bahamians and tourists, but they also talked about, as this administration disproportionately talked about the medical tourism opportunities. And that is what occupied, if we were to look at the clock and time the contribution of each of the major presenters, the vast majority, at least 3/4 of the discussion, focused on medical tourism. So it's very little, Fort Charlotte, very little time was spent talking about the range of debilitating diseases that afflict Bahamians and the range of therapies that are out there that are not covered by the original iteration of the bill, and that the hope was that this government would actually repeal that bill, put in place the new bill, because the new bill offered opportunities to address those new therapies that were not, in fact, covered. And so Tall Pines, one of the things we would have expected was a discussion about the mischief the bill is designed to solve. And the bill, in fact, did not go down, the communication did not go down that road. And so again, we thought in preparation for this bill that we should ask the medical professionals what their thoughts were and other stakeholders. And to our surprise, we found out that the Bahamas Medical Council was not consulted on this matter. And so the question would be, why would it be important for the Medical Council of the Bahamas to be consulted? And so we were careful to ask the minister, why weren't various key stakeholders involved in the discussion while you were considering repealing the old bill and introducing the new? One would have thought that the persons who participated in 2012, those that are still around, which is the vast majority of them, would have been consulted to see if the new configuration of the legislation and the policy that you said today is not yet fully developed, would they not still have insight that could be valuable to a government that's interested in putting in place the best of class policy, legislation, and regulations to govern this sector and this emerging sector? In 2012, they signaled something that is still and even more relevant today, that there was a need for us to explore stem cell research because of the potential benefits that exist for treating any number of diseases. And yes, there was and is a potential for a jurisdiction like ours to benefit from medical tourism. But they balanced the potential health benefits and benefits financially for medical tourism with the ethical concerns that existed then and exist even more so now. And therefore, what they did is they identified certain types of therapy, stem cell therapy, that they thought were not appropriate in 2012. And so in this legislation, while it does to some extent examine those issues, it certainly did not strike the balance that they highlighted was very important. One of the things they highlighted that was very important in 2012 and remains important now is public education. In fact, they wrote a very large section in the 2012 study on public education and consultation. And so in their recommendation, the #1 issue identified by the task force in 2012 was the need for public consultation and education. They put it this way: the need and scope of public awareness and education. And they talked about how necessary it is so that not only the general public, the international public, but practitioners and stakeholders would all be brought into the discussion. So this administration have sought to summarize its public consultation in the form of one. We've laid it in the House. Anybody who's interested in Vigilant, they should have read it. it's very harsh words for your medical practitioners and the medical council and physicians who will apply whatever therapies that are in place, because the reality is our understanding of the consultation process is that you actually engage them. You engage the key figures in a discussion about what the government envisions in its policy and proposes to do in its laws and regulations, and you fail to do so. The second thing that you've done is you have...
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Central and South Lewisboro.
In regards to the engagement of the professionals and consultation, I remember in April, after we laid the bill, we had invitations, everyone in this place had invitations to something at Atlantis that was called the Healing Future Health Summit, right? And in regarding, so this was a three-day.
Consultation. I can't remember.
All right.
Maybe 2 or 3.
Listen, I'll give you the agenda.
Give it to them.
So there's a 3-day, right? So on the first day, Madam Speaker, in regards to the summit. You talking about, in regards to the first day, Madam Speaker, they had a pre-opening ceremony, right? And on the second day, at 2:20 p.m., the 2024 Longevity and Regenerative Therapies Bill, New Opportunities for Health, Biotech, and Patients in the Bahamas, in regards to that bill, was spoke to by Honorable Michael Dovell, the member for Tall Pines.
Listen to me.
And nobody from the opposition came.
Nobody had interest.
Nobody had interest. So this was a 3-day symposium in regards to what we're debating today. And you had persons from across the region, from across the globe, scientists, professionals that's interested in being a part of this legislation. And they ain't come. 3 day. 3 day. That's a serious consultation.
Thank you very much, member for Central and Saudi Lucha. Thank you very much. As I was saying a moment ago, that one was the minister, and of course the member for Exuma, the minister for Health from Tall Pines, and more so the member for Exuma, dismissed the medical community for having not participated in any consultation, having not engaged. And
the chair recognizes the honourable member for Tall Pines.
But for Marco City to state what he want to say, but for him to say, we diss the medical community, I think is going a bit too far. Dismiss. How could I dismiss the medical community and I'm the representative for the medical community? I think that's going a bit too far. We are definitely interested in the involvement of our medical community. But always remember now, I cannot force the medical community to come out to these consultations and these events that clearly articulates and explain the legislative framework that we're debating today. This bill was not only, the summit was not only about new incentives or new forms of therapy, it spoke about the bill. And we had legal minds, we had investors, we had doctors to explain the parameters of the bill. When I laid it, and guess what? When we laid it, those who expressed interest in the bill did write us to give comments as it relates to the bill. Fortunately for us, the bulk of the comments were positive.
Thank you very much. Thank you, honourable member.
As I indicated, that there were 2 opportunities the government had after you laid the bill, which the case you've made is that you laid the bill and that was pretty much adequate. The second case that you made, the second and final, was that you held a conference. It was not a consultation for the public. You held a conference where you invited persons internationally and locally to talk about this general sector. Those 2 things, so in other words, you did not organize a consultation, no less than the Bahamas Medical Council indicated, that they were not consulted on the bill. And I'm just using a member for Kent Island, I heard you just a moment ago, I'm just using the same template that was successfully used in 2012. I'm just pointing out that you had a formula by the Christie administration that you are able to duplicate in this case, yes, that's an excellent point, the Christie Davis administration. And you had a chance to use the very same formula where medical practitioners listed here were pretty much consulted, and they went out to do a community education program, which I thought you would be good at doing. You went to Parkinson's. We were both there supporting, and we can congratulate them on their work, getting the word out about potential therapies that could benefit our children, benefit our loved ones. The only point I'm making, we have made rather today, is that you have unfortunately not done as robust a job in terms of reaching out to those pivotal stakeholders, which in our view would help you develop an even better policy than the one you're working on, and secondly, improve the legislation that you have here. So one of the things about the legislation you have here is that there is nowhere in this legislation where you have inserted, for example, the Bahamas Medical Council, who have who have the duty of providing oversight for the very physicians that you expect will implement the various therapies to ensure that they are compliant with the regulations you will ultimately put in place. And so one would think that the medical professionals...
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Tall Pines.
The Medical Council is an independent body that is responsible for licensing physicians in our jurisdiction. The Longevity and Regenerative Therapies Bill is about bringing therapies, and whatever physician or medical experts who come into the country have to go through that process. I thought it was implied. If it wasn't implied, I'm sorry, but the Medical Council has a specific job, which is to monitor and ensure that those individuals who are practicing medicine in our jurisdiction are safe, they perform in a particular way, and if you really look at the bill, which I would go through later on, but I think I should read it for you in case you didn't read it. Foreign practitioners means a person who currently holds and maintains a license in good standing to engage in the medical profession and or health profession in a jurisdiction other than the Bahamas, and who is not the subject of pending disciplinary actions in that jurisdiction. So this is how the Medical Council works. If we have a foreign medical practitioner who wants to come into the country, he has to come through that gateway, not through the longevity bill. He has to come through our association, through our council, and our council is the gateway to keep professionals who are qualified in the jurisdiction. I don't need to explain that in this bill. That is self-implied.
As I said before, and again, we are here to echo the concerns of those stakeholders who feel that they are not represented by some of the considerations of policymakers. And the Bahamas Medical Council is but one of them. Secondly, in the course of us preparing for the debate, I was just finishing the... Yeah.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Tall
Say
Pines.
that. These councils are independent councils, and for them to pretty much say that they're not a part of the regulatory framework of this bill is completely incorrect. I want to reiterate it again. The Medical Council is responsible, and it is the gatekeeper to ensure that medical practitioners in our country go through a rigorous process to be able to practice in the country. Not the Longevity and Regenerative Bill. This is completely different. So when you mention the Medical Council is informed about individuals who want to come into the country. And by the way, under the stem cell legislation, which is in existence now, that has been in existence from 2013, the regulatory framework is already in the country, by the way. This is not reinventing the wheel. This is tightening the regulatory framework to ensure that as the industry grows, we grow with it. That's all this legislation is doing. I'm not reinventing the wheel. This exists.
Thank you, honorable member.
I'd just like to then ask a question and just to hear your response. Do you believe it would have been advisable to have had a discussion very specifically utilizing this bill as the document for discussion with the Medical Council?
Me and you, member from Marco City, The Medical Council was informed about our health summit. Members of the Medical Council were present, many were present, and they are quite familiar with what we are doing with this bill. Many medical practitioners are currently involved in stem cell industry throughout the country, and they are so because they're interested in the field. Not every medical practitioner is interested in regenerative medicine, and that's their choice. But there are some in the country who express keen interest in this, and they follow this closely with a magnifying glass, and they have contributed with the discussions of the bill, and we have incorporated many of their recommendations in the bill that we have now in front of us.
Again, I would leave that point only by saying that the Medical Council was not consulted by this administration on a bill where the minister has said they are the gatekeepers of a bill such as this. The second thing is, we have had, secondly, I think all of us in here have the utmost respect for Dal Rees. I'm just wondering whether or not the minister or his team, have there been any discussions with somebody of that caliber who has institutional memory such that she's familiar, for example, with the history of the stem cell discussions in the Bahamas, no doubt familiar through the literature review of what has been happening in terms of best practices in other jurisdictions, and has, apart from institutional memory, experience. Much like, again, the list of doctors I referred to earlier. Having reached out on that list, I know that some of those persons who participated in the original consultation before this iteration of the bill, which again, to remind the public, expanded the range of additional therapies that could be used, meaning the stem cell covered a group of therapies. Now you have an expanded range of treatment, which requires, one, further education of the public, and two, we then need to, again, balance interest in medical tourism, balance interest in helping those who are afflicted. We need to balance that with potential risk that can emerge with new therapies. Let me give one example. One of the things I know, I think you may have touched on, but I want to just bring it home for the public. We're in the age of AI, where you are able, a member for Kent Island, to take all the big data that's out there as you look to attack some of the diseases that presently exist. And then you can actually instruct. You can use AI to try and come up with solutions if you're a good guy, or something else. Those things that can be used, whether it's biowarfare, if you're a bad guy. So obviously AI has now sped up the potential for good solutions, which we would welcome, or for bad outcomes, depending on who's involved. So once again, by expanding the range of potential therapies, we have not only increased our potential to do well in medical tourism, but more importantly, to help our loved ones who are afflicted. We're now in an environment where the risks are also exponentially increased. Hence, it then makes it even more important for us to talk with the Dal regions, with the Medical Council, with stakeholders who were previously involved and stakeholders whose views are relevant today. For example, the Bahamas Christian Council is but one of those stakeholders you consulted last time. This time, they were not consulted. So I'm just going down the list of who you consulted before and pointing out that those gatekeepers, unfortunately, you have not spoken to them in the manner you spoke to them previously. And all I'm saying is that is a mistake in doing that. And that's why I suggested that even if you took, as we did the other day, an hour, go ahead and consult with them this week. Let's talk. Let's park the bill in committee. This week, let's pass it. Even if it's on Wednesday, we can allocate that 1 hour, that time, with you having gone and spoken to them if necessary, and we pass it this week. So we have to get out of this week. We can do that. But all I'm saying is the key stakeholders you went to last time, for whatever reason, you did not go to them this time. Your conference does not count as a consultation. The conference objectives were different. People were not there in the same context as with a consultation. And I believe Tall Pines, that your consultation works in this way. So if you pick the conference that you just mentioned, the way it normally works, I understand, when you're dealing with continuing education for medical practitioners, is you actually hold an event. The event is minuted, whether that's a direct meeting with those who you're consulting with, or if you go to a conference, it's minuted. Persons then give feedback on the different elements of your bill or your agenda, if it is a closed-door meeting, for example. And then, if it meets the criteria as you have it set up in your profession, they then get the continuing education credits. Your conference did not qualify as continuing education credits for medical practitioners. So the consultation in the classic way that you have carried out your consultation, the conference does not qualify. It was a different type of conference to accomplish a different set of objectives. Nor did you have minuted meetings with any of the stakeholders in the way you would have done, for example, with the cannabis bill. Right? And to some extent, there was some consultation. I know under the previous Prime Minister, we had extensive consultation. Those were minuted meetings. And the views then inform the choices on what we did with respect to the consortium of cannabis bill. And I presume you would have done something similar. In fact, if I'm not incorrect, you mentioned the medical the Bahamas Medical Council in that particular bill. The only thing is you mention them in the wrong context, because if you look at where you have them placed in the cannabis bill, it is not the role that they ought to be playing in terms of that. So I'm just making the point that in your next bill, which you will also be a principal speaker on, Tall Pines, you recognize the role of the medical council, Bahamas Medical Council, but except it's not their job to police doctors and other dispensers of the cannabis treatment. And in that bill, you have them as policing. But you at least appreciated institutionally as a statutory body, they have a role to play. In this case, they were excluded. And all we're saying is that is a substantial omission, but they are not alone. The other stakeholders, those with institutional memory, the Dal Regis, those that served in the first iteration of the bill, they are also missing in your consultation, which begs the question, who did you consult with? And again, what's driving it? 75% of your discussion was about, not just, when I shouldn't say your, because it's not just you, your colleagues, as they discussed this, it was about medical tourism. And we, like you, want to grow this economy by more than 2%, because presently you're on a 1.1, 1.7 trajectory in terms of growing the economy. That's woefully bad. And so we want to grow the economy. So any opportunities to have expanded opportunities for Bahamians, we support, and we will support the government in that regard. However, the principal reason for this kind of bill should be to expand options for treatment for the people we love and we care about. And that's why we're here. And so certainly this bill contemplates that, and that is precisely why we said we see some opportunities here. But there is a disproportionate focus on the revenue generating potential, but you do not balance that off by looking at the unintended risk that can come from this. And one of the ways you fail to account for the risk is consulting the best we have in the country, who should be the primary gatekeepers. Foreign interest or participation on the board is not a bad thing. However, it is secondary to having the Bahamian intelligentsia in the medical field to dominate the boards at the nomination level, at the committee, at the actual board itself, and of course the subcommittees of that board, including the ethics committee, which also I hope in your wrap-up, Member for Tall Pines, I hope that you will address whether or not the existing ethics committee was in fact engaged. I believe in our present structure, they report to the minister. And so it would also be useful to hear what their comments were in terms of of all of the emerging therapies and whether or not they had particular concerns. In your last report in 2012, there were several areas that were mentioned. I mean, one of them that the red flag was raised on, the use of embryonic stem cell in the Bahamas. Of course, the committee at that time had a recommendation. That recommendation was that we ought to avoid certain therapies within that particular category. And then the second was the use of talking about the use of reproductive human cloning. That was another recommendation. It would be useful for the public to have heard, but it's not too late, since you're wrapping up. It'll be useful for you to mention the areas where the Ethics Committee cautioned, where we should not permit certain things happening in the Bahamas, just for the sake of balance. I believe that this area of science is potentially transformative. But what I believe as policymakers, we have to give the balanced view in terms of the pros and cons of what is being contemplated in this bill, and then we ought to cite those persons who participated in the process. And I was just surprised that you didn't get around to mentioning some of the gatekeepers, both in terms of the institutions themselves as well as individuals who would have guided this process. In other words, one of the areas that was missed in this discussion is which best-of-class legislation informed our choice of this particular legislation that you have brought today that repealed the stem cell legislation. That was missing in this discussion, and it is my hope in your wrap-up you would address what legislation informed your choices. And so again, I suggest that you have that consultation. We'd be more than happy in a fulsome way to support it. Outside of, I think, an undertaking, we would have to abstain on what you have presented here. And so I just want to say another thing that may have been helpful that you could address inside your wrap-up is you talked about the 1,000 therapies that was in fact carried out. You didn't indicate what period. For example, was it in the period leading up to when we had to basically shut down operation of one of the earliest practitioners in this field because of concerns raised in the report mentioned earlier by the member for St. Anne's, or was it subsequent to that? What particular areas were those therapies carried out? Because you have a chance in your wrap-up to say to family members that beyond Hunter's disease or some of the cancer treatment, what are some of the other areas that can potentially benefit from this technology? I thought that you missed an opportunity there to address those various areas. And so again, we recommend to this government that you speak to those persons who are an integral part of this community, who are on the front line of exploring opportunities for improving the quality of life for citizens and saving lives, that you speak to members of civil society in a very direct way, minuted meetings, asking their feedback on this particular range of therapies that have not yet been introduced in the Bahamas, but that you are now opening the floodgate for them coming in. And so having raised those issues, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say thanks for this opportunity to put our concerns on the record. And I'd also like to say to my colleagues for a job well done in addressing this issue. And I want to say Central and South Eleuthera, we share your view that it is important for us to introduce legislation that improves the quality of life and can save the lives of our citizens. So when we raise concerns or point out omissions, it is not because we have a different objective, nor is it because we are on a different political path. It's because we believe for a more fulsome and comprehensive solution, we have to involve more of the Bahamian genius that's onshore and offshore in providing solutions.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
The Chair recognizes the Honourable
Madam
Member for
Speaker,
tall
as I
pines.
stand for our wrap-up, yes. Lundy? Lundy want to speak? I'll sit down, Lundy. Forgive me. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member and Central Andros.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just bringing clarity to a situation raised by the Long Island Member of Parliament. Under the former administration, this is for the procurement of the desalination plants. Under the former administration, the corporation issued payments to a United States-based company, Forever Pure Corporation, totaling $1.9 million plus to obtain 7 desalination plants, bypassing all water and sewage corporation procurement policies and procedures and industry best practices which require public tenders for such large procurement exercises. It is unclear as to whether the former administration had any review and/or strategic planning completed before embarking in this direction, whether any due diligence was performed on the company or who recommended this company, or whether any effort was performed to ensure that the corporation received value for the $1.9 million plus expenditure. In fact, industry experts who have inspected these plants have suggested that the corporation paid an extremely high, hefty price for plants that required extensive upgrades to meet local conditions. Since September 2021, the corporation has had very limited success in contacting this Forever Pure Corporation, and more lately, the corporation has not been able to contact them at all. Of the 7 plants procured, the update on each is as follows. In Moores Island, Abaco, a Forever Pure plant was installed on Moores Island, but the corporation's management has had to arrange for extensive renovations and upgrades of this plant by another contractor to keep it operational. It must be highlighted that this is only one of 7 of the plants procured by the former administration that were able to leave operational, and even then, it had to require extensive work. In Deadman's Key, Long Island, under the prior administration, works had commenced on a proposed corporation-owned desalination plant for the Central Long Island water supply system, adjacent to the existing Deadman's Key desalination facility, which is owned and operated by a private contractor under contract until 2026. And this contract includes a guaranteed purchase amount. The corporation works included the no-bid procurement of a 220,000 imperial gallon per day desalination plant from the Forever Pure Corporation. A new storage tank and other auxiliary equipments were also purchased under this administration, and those works were reviewed, noting the existing 160,000 imperial gallon per day Deadman's Key desalination facility is presently meeting the water demand for Central Long Island, and this plant is under contract until 2026. The corporation lost a Supreme Court battle initiated by the prior administration regarding the terms and conditions of these desalination contracts, with particular reference to the Central Eleuthera naval-based desalination facility. This August 2021 judgment cost the corporation over $250,000 in costs and legal fees. Early in our term, this administration received from a contractor a copy of a letter of acceptance from the former administration, apparently signed for 2 new supply abstraction wells for Deadman's Key. This letter of acceptance appears to have been executed under dubious circumstances and has exposed the corporation for almost $370,000. The corporation is actively reviewing.
Madam Speaker,
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Marcus.
we don't know whether or not what he's saying is accurate or inaccurate. Is he prepared? Could we have him lay all of the documents? Okay, good. I just want to make sure.
The corporation is actively reviewing how best the assets on site can be incorporated into the existing operation via amicable, respectful negotiations with the existing contractor to improve the robustness of the Central Long Island water supply system. The third one, at Waterford, Eleuthera, the Forever Pure unit purchased by the former administration for Waterford is now at the Central Eleuthera Naval Base Plant, and it is presently being assessed
for required upgrades and renovations before it is installed at the Central Eleuthera Naval Base plant to provide urgently required increased desalinated water production at the site. In Cockburn Town, San Salvador, and Matthewtown, Inagua, the Forever Pure units, the 2 units purchased for these locations, are now intended for use to serve the proposed new desalination facilities for Bennett's Harbor and New Bight Cat Island. In fact, the unit that was located in Inagua was picked up this past weekend and is now en route to New Providence, where the required upgrades will be completed before it is shipped to Cat Island for its installation and commissioning. It is expected that the San Salvador unit will be picked up shortly and shipped to New Providence for its required upgrades. For the final 2 plants, Madam Speaker, that were slated for Georgetown Exuma. Under the former administration, the corporation advanced a substantial deposit for 2 desalination units to Forever Pure Corporation. And today, Madam Speaker, these plants have not been delivered, and the corporation has not been able to contact this company regarding the status of these plants, including the status of the corporation's deposit. These no-bid purchases amounted to over $1.9 million. The substantial deposit for the Exuma plants that were never delivered and all matters related thereto are highly questionable and demand a formal investigation which is carried out by this administration and will be completed in a timely manner, and we will let the chips fall where they may, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Madam Speaker, the member for Long Island also spoke about the contract that was signed on September the 10th, 2021 with Aqua Design, and I'll go ahead and lay that also, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Finish? Okay. Go ahead. Finish, right?
Yes, I'm done.
One of the documents be brought up?
Andy, I'm glad they let you speak today, though. Last time, someone else stood up and spoke. Fight the power, brother. Please. Fight the power. Everybody deserves a chance, my brother.
Thank you. One of the documents to lie on the table. As many? The chair recognizes the honourable member for Central and South Abaco.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As always, I'm humbly honored to stand here on behalf of Central and South Abaco to speak on the Longevity and Regenerative Therapies Bill 2024. But first, I would be remiss not to congratulate all of the sailors from regattas in the Abacos, which was another smashing hit. Starting in Little Harbor, going to Hopetown, over to Marsh Harbor, up to Guanakee, and finishing in Green Turtle Key. This was a spectacular event. It not only boasted people from across the world, but also had Bahamians and our foreign friends alike celebrating what it is to be Abaconian in the Sea of Abaco. So again, we'll have that again next year. It's going to be bigger and better. We had almost 40 boats, so I'm looking for even more next year. But this Friday is another experience. Goombay Festival right there in Abaco, and this Friday we're doing it up north in Treasure Key. So if you're listening and you're in Abaco, it's going to be a grand old time. We got some really awesome Bahamian musicians coming out, and it'll be at the Treasure Key Park. And there's even ferry service from Green Turtle, so if you're around, come and see it. But, Madam Speaker, more importantly, we're here to speak on this longevity and regenerative therapies bill, and although a lot of chuckles are going around on the opposition side because they take light of people's lives, it is important to state the longevity.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Marco City.
To let the public know that actually there were particular things being said independent of this bill where all sides were chuckling. So we just think it is very disingenuous and duplicitous of the member for Abaco to try and mislead the public on this issue. You have no more interest than any of us in the lives of Bahamians. So stop your nonsense. Stop it.
You may continue on.
The Longevity and Regenerative Therapies Act aims to provide a legal framework for the approval and regulation of therapies related to longevity and regenerative medicines. The Act emphasizes the importance of conducting therapy-related research safely, ethically, and scientifically responsible. It recognizes the need to consider emerging scientific developments worldwide in the field of longevity and regenerative therapies, foster a global research, innovation, and treatment in the regenerative, holistic, and functional therapies, including cancer therapy, plant-based, innovative treatments, medicines, and enhance mental and physical state necessary for longer lives. Specifically highlights the importance of advancements in cancer therapy. The Act establishes the National Longevity and Regenerative Therapy Board, as you've heard, and Ethics Review Committee, which is important to have an ethically and safe environment to conduct these medical acts. This act, as you've heard, repeals the Stem Cell Research and Therapy Act. The reason I say that is important because this administration continuously upgrades and elevates and brings to modern times acts that have been done previous to, which makes us on a certain competitive standing worldwide, particularly in this very important space. So for those that don't quite grasp it, I want to just quickly run over what regenerative therapy really is. When you speak of stem cell therapy, when you speak of tissue engineering and gene therapy and bioactive molecules, and those, it's benefit for the elderly, for the chronic diseases, for many other injuries and diseases, but particularly when you speak of like stem cell surgery, what is that? Well, that's something that is tackling leukemia, that's tackling Parkinson's and Alzheimer's. Tissue engineering, when you could 3D print tissues and organs for advanced bioartificial organs and scaffolds to deal with those terrible diseases that have taken out particular sections of a human body that actually need to be regenerated, or just if you have severe burns and you need new skin. These are all new ways to deal with these things. And even in the gene therapy space, there's over 20 FDA-approved gene therapies, including spinal muscular atrophy and certain types of inherited blindness. Listen, this is the next step in medical technology on how we can really tackle some of these more extensive problems that our world is plagued with. There has been many notable successes. especially with the leukemia and the lymphoma and the bioengineered skin, as I spoke about. But we have to be certain that, that we express it properly to the public, Madam Speaker. It wasn't so long ago that the same kind of backlash and the same kind of pushback was given when the smallpox vaccine came out. It's the same kind of rhetoric. When the polio vaccine came out, the backlash was there. When modern era vaccines like the measles, mumps, and rubella came out, there was backlash on rolling these things out that really have saved so many lives, and now is a part of every childhood's growing up and being vaccinated for certain things. I mean, even when antibiotics came out, it was new, and the understanding wasn't there. It was a complete lack of understanding. So the backlash was there. The naysayers were there. The bad actors standing up and saying, whoa, we can't do this. We got to think further through it, and we got to do all these different things when really we just need to move forward and save people's lives. And having the Bahamas as with the legislative framework to be on a competitive level with the rest of the world is right. You know, at one point, you know, in our medical history, people were using mercury as a cure for many different diseases, but realistically, that was a bad path. You know, they didn't understand, and as we're progressing, we're understanding more about the human body, vaccines, antibiotics, and growing organs and skin, and being able to tackle Alzheimer's and cancers and immunotherapies and so much more. And this really touches me because, yes, everybody in this room knows somebody that is dealing with cancer, but also Alzheimer's. What's the point of living longer if you can't remember your loved ones? My grandmother has had Alzheimer's. It's hereditary, it's genetic. And eventually, I may have Alzheimer's. I would like to see some of these therapies come out where it can mitigate the cause for Alzheimer's or cancers that are affecting so many lives. It's something that it's more than just words on a paper, but this is people's lives. That's why when all the chuckles and all the laughter go around the room, it's kind of disheartening when we're speaking about something so serious, not just the legislation side of it, but the actual benefits to the Bahamian people, the actual benefits to our country and to people worldwide, for that matter. If we open this space up, it's another avenue to grow our GDP, to grow our economy, and give us another avenue to build. But, Madam Speaker, we are reliant on tourism and banking and some fisheries, but why not have a robust health and medicine industry? Why not grow things here in the Bahamas like this space so that we could further develop our GDP, our economy, and have a better Bahamas for all, and have people from around the world come here for medical attention? And then we could talk about the medical tourism, where after you get your needed treatment, then what better place is it to recover than right here in the Bahamas? Currently, right now, Madam Speaker, there are numerous second homeowners and tourists that go and get a medical procedure somewhere else and fly here within short time after the procedure just to utilize our clean air, bright sunshine, and relaxation on the beach to recoup from whatever procedure they may have had. So right now we're already doing it. We're just not, it's just not properly captured, you know? And that's really what it is and to develop this space bigger and better. It will not only bring in people from around the world, but more importantly, we'll have these facilities right here in the Bahamas, right here for Bahamians to utilize, right here as we elevate the Bahamas and all the people here. So I have a lot of statistics to go through and so on and so forth, but I'm going to keep it nice and sweet. I kind of hurt my knee the other day, so I'm going to have to sit down. But yes, that's something else we need, you know? That is particular to something else. So there is a lot to be said, Madam Speaker, but this is very important legislation. I commend the Davis administration for looking at this and all the ministers and everybody involved to really take us to the next level in the medical field. This is going to be something for future generations to have a career in and bring our Bahamians home from across the world that are probably doing this right now in another country. So Central and South Albuquerque supports this bill wholeheartedly, and God bless my fellow Bahamians. God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini.
Thank you so much.
The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Tall
Thank
Pines.
you, Madam Speaker. Before answering some of the questions that's been asked as I wrap up, I would just like to thank all my colleagues on this side of the political divide for your full support, and also thank the member for Kalani, who have a good functional understanding about the science, what it would mean for the Bahamas, how we can integrate it in the medical community, and also the opposition, who cited some things that I disagree with, but ultimately, thank you for your participation in the bill. I think I have been gracious. As you get old, you become gracious. And so, I find it's appropriate to thank everybody for positive, constructive criticism. The bulk of the criticism on the side opposite is that we didn't consult enough. And that's understandable, because consultation could go on for 20 years. But we believe that we have laid the facts on the table, and we are pivoting from a point, not something new, but something that's been around for a decade. Now, I know when we first brought this bill, I was with the Christie administration, and I played an active role in this bill as well. And so I'm fully aware of what we were doing after finding out what the former administration was doing with no regulatory framework at all. Because on coming to office, we found a stem cell facility that was approved with no regulatory framework, and so we moved swiftly to try to fix it because we understood the importance of stem cell therapies at that time. A decade ago, stem cell therapy was very much in its infancy stage. And before we touched it, we decided to bring a task force together that will guide us with what is happening internationally and make the decision on how we would draft the bill and stay away from those areas that could have created a problem because the technology was in its infancy stage. And so we made a decision at that time that we would not use embryonic stem cells, because in the early stages and the studies that were coming forth, there were some signs of tumor formation despite the fact that you may gain therapies and relief from your various illnesses. That's a decade ago. Since that time to now, we have stem cell lines that have been around for more than 12 years. And if you understand what a stem cell line is, it is embryonic tissues in stem cell form that continues on and on and on and on and on and on. And so with that being said, what we have done now in the industry is we have these very, very costly and very sophisticated stem cell lines that is used pretty much internationally for research. And so in our bill, we made it very clear that we're not interested in anyone who want to abort a fetus and who want to use stem cell lines from that fetus in our country. That's a no-no. Don't bring that technology here, because the technology after a decade has now been perfected, where we have research stem lines that are used throughout the world with most biotechnology companies. And so for us, we made it very clear in this legislation what we would have and what we would not have. But in the early stages, the bulk of the stem cell therapies that were done in the Bahamas were analogous stem cells, where we harvested the stem cell from the individual and regenerated the stem cells and inject them back in the individuals for tissue repair, and the list goes on and on. Since then, the technology has advanced with leaps and bounds. And we now have many different types of therapies that are being offered in the Bahamas. And I want to speak a little bit about gene therapy, because gene therapy is one of those interesting therapies where we have the capability to look at a particular disease, look at the gene expression at that particular aspect of the DNA, remove that portion of the DNA and put it healthy so that we can prevent diseases and even cure diseases. And so gene therapy in the bill means any product that modifies a person's targeted genes to treat or cure disease or act on an underlying cause of disease or aging, and includes replacing a disease-causing gene with a healthy copy of the gene, inactivating a disease-causing gene that is not functioning adequately in the human body, introducing a new and modified gene into the body to help to treat disease and underlying causes of diseases. I also like to speak a little bit about immunotherapy, because many of our cancer patients in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas are now receiving immunotherapy rather than harsh chemotherapies. Immunotherapy is a very unique form of targeting specific tumors using your own immunology. And this particular piece of legislation is clearly interested in the development of immunotherapies in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And many of our local clinicians have already come to me asking me of ways how they can actually introduce this technology and bring biotech companies here that will help them to develop targeted therapies for individuals from cancer that is specific to that cancer and that person. And so it means any product that is used, a person's own immunological agents, such as cells, antibodies, growth factors to fight disease, guide, boost, or activate the immune system to prevent organ rejection and help in the transplant of organs. And then let's go into longevity, because a lot of people may not believe in longevity. But the reality is, we live in a modern world, and many of us, as we get older, suffer from many forms of medical diseases. And you know, in regenerative medicine, we realize that persons who may have issues in their own immune system can activate a lot of different types of proteins that can cause illnesses. And so longevity means a long and healthy duration of an individual life that is measured by the capacity to survive beyond the species-specific average age of death and the individual ability to live past their lifespan. And so many people around the world are interested in this, some who may not. All these therapies can only be administered by informed consent. If you're not interested, then you don't need to have it. But there's some of us who are interested, and some of us who have loved ones who suffer from genetic diseases, and we would like to keep them on this planet as long as we can. And so we reach out around the world to find therapies that can help our loved ones. I always said that I have a special child, and I've used stem cell therapy, and I have no problem stating it, and I will use any form of therapy that can improve his quality of life and produce a cure. I'm so excited the way how medicine is going now. It's almost like space age. And we have the capability to cure and treat many forms of diseases. Me and you, Marco City, was at the Parkinson Foundation Many people who have Parkinson's are interested in stem cell therapies and exosome therapies in the Bahamas. And they're interested for us to bring these biotech companies here so that these treatments can be accessible in the country, and it is the government responsibility to make these treatments more affordable to local Bahamians, and that's the leverage that we have. Also, you mentioned the fact that consultation, you don't feel that there was enough consultation. I concede to that because we felt that we have a bill that has been in existence for the last decade. Many people know about this bill, and the regulatory framework associated with the bill that we launched when we were in the Christie administration was left undone in the former administration. You didn't even look at the progression of the science. You left the bill in outer space, and we're now coming back to try to bring the regulatory framework to make sure we don't have a runaway train in the country. And so I'm not bringing anything brand new. These therapies are being offered in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas now as we speak. What we're doing now is we're putting the regulatory framework in place to ensure that we protect our jurisdiction as these therapies become more in demand by Bahamians and tourists alike. Now, you mentioned the fact that we didn't consult the old task force. Between me and you, they are very important to us, and I have made it very clear in the policy on Section 4 that the minister shall prepare the longevity and regenerative therapy policy. It's a policy, and this policy will come back and forth to the House of Assembly for improvement, which means that all of us will have participation in the way forward for these new technologies that is outlined in the Longevity and Regenerative Therapies Bill. And so once the policy shall be approved by our cabinet, so it's not the Ministry of Health alone, and laid in the House of Assembly, where anyone in this House will have access to this policy and comment on the policy, and we will definitely be doing greater consultation with experts in the field in the Bahamas to develop this policy. The policy shall be reviewed every 2 years and updated and approved by the cabinet and laid in the House of Assembly. So this is not a static thing we're putting together. This is growing at leaps and bounds, and we need to keep up with it. Otherwise, we're going to find ourselves in a position where we're not going to be able to keep the regulatory framework in place. The board and the Ethics Committee shall carry out their duties and powers within the Act according to the policy. So our board and Ethics Committee will carry out their duties surrounding the policies. And so I feel that what we have presented here today is a solid piece of legislation, and I am convinced that this legislation will catapult us into the future as we begin to focus on these new forms of therapies. Marco City did ask me about the 1,000 plus therapies that were conducted in the Bahamas relatively safely. I cannot give you the exact date when they were done, but it's between the year 2013 to the year 2024. And so the Bahamian people must know that we have a policy in place now to regulate this industry. The problem is, I could not amend that bill because the framework and the advancement of the scientific technology cannot be done with an amendment. I have to repeal it and put some new parameters in place, particularly the board. You know, when we implemented stem cell, we thought that we would see a good economic return for medical tourism. The problem was the bill was too weak to drive the economic engine associated with medical tourism and stem cell. And so after consultation with the Minister for Tourism and the team associated in business and investments, we felt it appropriate to incorporate that component in here, because why would we let biotechnologies come into the country and Bahamians do not reap the rewards for them being present? That is bad policy. And so in this bill, you see where we incorporated that policy. Lastly, with the longevity bill, we want the residents of the Commonwealth of Bahamas to know. Well, the category of illnesses is huge. We have longevity, stem cell, as well as regenerative medicine. is involved in all sorts of neurological diseases. Autism is big. We have a lot of children here with autism who are classically can benefit from these forms of therapies to help them and to improve what they have and for them to be productive citizens. We use stem cell therapies for joint rejuvenations, stem cell therapies for skin, for eyes, just about everything you could think about. Because if you understand what a stem cell is pluripotent, which means that it has the capability to generate in any type of cell. And this is the reason why you hear stem cells associated with skin production. You hear stem cells being associated with cartilage rejuvenation, and the list goes on and on. So when you think about longevity and regenerative medicine, just as your mind can go, you can actually have regeneration with cellular tissues, and this is the way for the future. This is one of the most exciting aspects of medicine, and the world is now pumping billions of dollars into this industry to ensure that we do capitalize on the benefits associated with regenerative medicine, which is inclusive of stem cell, gene therapy, immunotherapy, and even therapies associated with viruses. Do you know that we do treat cancer now, and we do treat a lot of illnesses by utilizing components of viruses? We have the technology to get a virus, remove the content of a virus, and inject something in the virus that we want to replicate in the body to bring benefit results for the body. I agree with you that with every industry, you're going to attract the ones you don't want in your jurisdiction, and that goes with everything else. And this is the reason why we have the regulatory framework of our medical council to make sure that we have reputable individuals who come to the country, and they have to show that they have practiced medicine in other jurisdictions. They have not been struck off the record because of some funny procedures and so forth. And yes, like everything else, even in normal medicine, we have procedures that are done throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and individuals do go to the court of law for malpractice. So the reality is these checks and balances are in place in the healthcare industry to protect Bahamians. But always remember, with longevity and regenerative medicine, it can only be accessible to you if you consent to it. So we're not taking longevity and regenerative medicine and forcing it down the Bahamian people's throat. We're saying for those individuals who are interested in this form of therapy and those individuals who need their family to benefit from it, they can access it. And nothing more than putting the programs in place and bringing the biotechnical companies in the Bahamas so that they can access it at home. And this administration and administrations to come can do willful bidding to ensure that Bahamians can access these therapies, these life-saving and life-improving therapies that are classically defined in the medical journals. Madam Speaker, I do want to end by saying that a lot of work has gone into this. This is not something I wake up in the morning and throw down the street. We've been working on this from the time we came into office. I was a part of it in 2013 under the Christie administration. I've met scientists from China all around the world who are interested in this form of therapies, and it has grown by leaps and bounds, and the results are phenomenal. The results are phenomenal. Like everything in the world, nothing is 100%, but there are many people around the world, and many in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas who have benefited from these therapies and will speak highly about this legislation and the therapies being offered in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to provide for the approval and regulation of longevity and regenerative therapies and related matters. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Ordered that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to provide for the approval and regulation of longevity and regenerative therapies and related matters.
Thank you. For the second reading?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole. Yes, this one. Yes, sorry. Madam Speaker, I beg your approval to revert to the order of business for the first reading of bills.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you, Honourable Members. We will now revert back to the order on the order of business to first reading of bills. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Rumkey and San Salvador.
Which way? You have it. You have it? No, not the resolution. No. Yeah. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce and have read for the first time a bill for an act to amend the Law Reform and Revision Act 2023.
Is there a seconder? Second. Thank you, Honourable Members. Order that the document be brought up. Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time. A bill for an act to amend the Law Reform and Revision Act 2023. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read for a first time and tabled.
A bill for an act to amend the Law Reform and Revision Act 2023.
Thank you. For the first readings?
Thanks,
for the
Madam
first
Speaker.
readings. We will now revert back down the order of business to second readings. For the second readings?
No further second readings.
Committee of the Whole?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair.
Second.
Thank you, Honourable Members. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair.
Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the long title of the Longevity and Regenerative Therapies Bill 2024 be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Noted. The motion is carried. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Mr. Chairman, I move that the Speaker do now take the chair.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the Speaker do now take the chair. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The Speaker will now take the chair. what you was looking for, Mr. Forbes? Okay. Hey, Mr. Forbes?
Yeah, that's what he said. That's what he said. Yeah, we're waiting on the speaker. That's all right.
That's your thing now.
That's what I see. When you wake up tomorrow, what you say, you respond or not? That's what I wait on. No consultation with you all, no consultation. You oppose it anyhow. He was quite nice. Yeah, it's quite nice. He was nice.
Nice.
Very rare moment, but it happened.
I know. He's my favorite. It's definitely a good one. Honorable members, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole has reported, having made no amendments to. Third reading and passing bills.
For the third reading and passing of the Longevity and Regenerative Therapies Bill 2024.
Second.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. A bill for an act to provide for the approval and regulation of longevity and regenerative therapies and related matters. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to provide for the approval and regulation of longevity and regenerative therapies and related matters.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Longevity and Regenerative Therapies Act 2024. Further third reading and passings?
No further third readings, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Ordered that the bill that was passed in this Honorable House today will be taken to the Honorable Senate by the clerk for their concurrence. We will now revert back to the order of business. Consideration of Senate amendments? Resolutions? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Caroline Rum, Kingston, Salvador.
Madam Speaker, we laid a resolution which ought to be laid with the other financial papers during the budget. Basically, it's an extension of a loan with IDB, which was the contingent loan in case of emergencies. It was laid, we laid it last week or week before last. It's
Week before last.
a week before last. Previous administration had entered an arrangement for $100 million.
Honorable Member, as we're moving this resolution, we need you to read the first.
Yeah, I was
and
just
last
giving the
paragraph.
background to it.
Okay.
Just, huh? No. No debate. There's no need. No need of debate. It was fortunate this morning. We said we were going to try to pass it this evening. You know, I'm advised that I know last week I'd asked that we just do it on the nod because it was late. It's not a bill that requires debate. It's a matter where it's a contingent loan. We don't draw down on it, basically. It's a loan that was initiated by the previous administration, where they got $100 million for natural disaster.
Public health emergency.
No, they got for natural, they got that for public health emergencies, right? And we want to add another $100 million to it. You all didn't draw down the whole. I think you all drew down about $30 million off the 100, but we just want to make the whole loan $200 million, which will now include another category of disasters, the natural disaster emergencies for hurricanes. So when there's a hurricane, we can call on the IDB just to draw down on it. If you think you need to debate that,
Thank you very much, Marcus. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Marcus.
When we received the document, it was the universal view of our colleagues that given the amount and given some of what was mentioned in it, we certainly wanted to have a discussion. At the end of the day, we don't anticipate a major problem, but we think that there are several things that team members wish to raise. Some of them who are not here today as well was a part of that caucus discussion. So if we could allocate some time, it does not have to be a full day debate. We may do it before or on the tail end of one of the debates that's coming up. Whether it's, so for example, if you want to do it, if you wish to do it on Wednesday, that would be fine with us. We could allocate some time for that. Yeah.
a weather coming. I don't know how it's going to shift. It's a matter. What I would recommend is that we pass resolution because it's going to pass anyhow. Right? The resolution will pass anyhow. You appreciate that, right? No. What I'm saying, what I'm going to suggest to you is that we pass resolution today, and you can make any comments on it during the course of any other debate we have. How much time? You say you only need no time.
You need an extra.
If you're saying that
you need it.
Yeah.
You need an extra 10 minutes.
I would use, let me just say, it's a special situation.
one of your colleagues is running on from his seat. So Prime Minister, we would recommend tomorrow, but if you decide today it's okay, we'll go ahead and debate it today. But I want to just make this point to colleagues so that people know it's not about. No, sorry, one second, Prime Minister, just give me a moment, please. Just think about it for a moment. You're adding $100 million. No, you're saying that there's I think it's 250 million, and we had agreed on 150. So I got the impression what you said just now is 100 million. So I'm only saying this for the benefit of your colleague, particularly to your right, is that you're talking about a substantial amount of money at a time where it is very difficult for Bahamians. It is only reasonable that the opposition has an opportunity to talk about economic and fiscal matters that have implications. So to hear a member scoff at the idea that we cannot do it on a nod is most amazing to me.
Chair recognizes the honourable member, Caroline Rumkins.
The fiscal state of this country was rigorously debated for over a period of 2-3 weeks, ending last week. Right? Nothing has changed since then. And if the member wants to be true to the honor that this House places upon him, he would then explain when the IMF met with him, what they had to say about the state of our economy, and where we are. I wouldn't repeat it. But so I'll move the resolution for passing, and he'll have his say. So, Madam Speaker, I move that this House pass a resolution, and I'll read the first paragraph. I'll also read the third paragraph, which sets out the object of the loan, and the third and the fourth paragraph. I move, Madam Speaker, this resolution for passing. Whereas there have been several major hurricanes that have affected the Bahamas over the past 10 years. First, there was Hurricane Joaquin in 2015. It's page 7 of the. It's on page 7 of the agenda. First, there was Hurricane Joaquin in 2015, which affected the southeastern islands, causing damage and losses of approximately $114 million. In 2016, Hurricane Matthew greatly impacted the country's major populated islands in New Providence and Grand Bahama, as well as the District of North Andros, causing damage and losses of approximately $519 million. Additionally, in 2017, Hurricane Irma affected the provision of basic services in Grand Bahama and caused substantial damage in Ragged Island, Acklins, Inago, and Bimini, with an estimated total damage and losses of approximately $118 million. Most recently, in 2019, Hurricane Dorian caused the most catastrophic damage throughout the Bahamas, with estimated damages costing over, they have 2.5 million here, but my 3.4, yeah. So that should be 3.4. $3.4 billion. And I read the third whereas the bank has agreed, that is the bank has agreed to grant to the government of the Bahamas financing up to a total of $200 million in the currency of the United States of America, $100 million for the purposes of financing natural disaster emergencies, and $100 million for the purpose of financing public health emergencies. Which one? Yeah, I said I'd go to paragraph 3. I did that, yeah. And I read the other paragraph, and whereas the objective of the loan is to alleviate the impact that a severe or catastrophic natural disaster or public health event could have on a country's public finances by increasing the availability, stability, efficiency of contingent financing to address any such emergency. And I read now the operative part of the resolution. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this House authorizes the Minister of Finance to raise by means of a loan the sum of $200 million in the currency of the United States of America, authorizes the Minister of Finance to raise such loan by means of a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on such terms pursuant to this resolution as are mutually agreed. And I'll just point out several facts in this, Madam Speaker. Firstly, the loan is specifically for the purposes of a natural disaster emergency in the event there's one. If there's none, then the loan is not drawn down on, and there's no costs to the country. Second point I make is that the $100 of the $200 million is for the purpose of financing public health emergencies, such as a pandemic, as was in the case of the first loan, I think, that was drawn down from an IDB bank. It was a contingent loan, and it's only used in the event these things happen. And so it speaks to, in the next paragraph, these are contingent financing. It's not adding to the national debt. It's not adding only until unless these factors trigger the need to draw down on it. And that's why I said it's impatient of debate. We should have ourselves in a position to be able to access readily funds in the event of a disaster. Right now, my colleagues down south are just coming out of Beryl, which has touched Barbados, St. Vincent and Grenadines, the Grenada and the surrounding islands. Very seriously, I had the occasion to speak to my colleagues earlier this morning, Prime Minister of Barbados, Prime Minister of St. Vincent, and by WhatsApp message to the Prime Minister of St. Lucia and Grenada, all of whom are under tremendous stress as a result of Beryl, a catastrophic storm, and the first of its kind at this time in the season. And it's a historic event, as I said, because of its intensity, because of its size, and because of how soon it emerged. And with the frequent and unpredictable weather patterns that we're experiencing today, it will behoove us to be safe rather than sorry. And this is one of those incidents where we are attempting to be, we're going to be safe rather than sorry. Don't wait for the disaster to happen and then scramble to try to find funding for it. This will not impact the citizenry or our finances unless we have a disaster that requires us to access it. And with that, Madam Speaker, I move that we pass this resolution. If I could obtain a second.
Second.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas there have been several major hurricanes that have affected the Bahamas over the past 10 years. First, there was Hurricane Joaquin in 2015, which affected the southeastern islands, causing damage and losses of approximately $114 million. In 2016, Hurricane Matthew greatly impacted the country's major populated islands in New Providence and Grand Bahama, as well as the District of North Andros, causing damage and losses approximately $519 million. Additionally, in 2017, Hurricane Irma affected the provision of basic services in Grand Bahama and caused substantial damage in Ragged Island, Acklins, Inagua, and Bimini, with an estimated total damage and losses of approximately $118 million. Most recently, in 2019, Hurricane Dorian caused the most catastrophic damage throughout the Bahamas, which estimated damages costing over $3.4 billion. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this House authorizes the Minister of Finance to raise by means of a loan the sum of $200 million in the currency of the United States of America. Or, number two, authorizes the Minister of Finance to raise such loan by means of a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on such terms pursuant to this resolution as mutually agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The resolution is agreed. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Marco City.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know you'd asked for a second. I didn't hear a second.
Yeah, they
I
did second.
didn't hear the second, sorry.
For Charlotte as well as Bolin Gates did do a second.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I was listening very closely.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam
Further
Speaker.
resolutions? Oh, okay.
Yes. Okay, good. Thank you. One of the concerns, Madam Speaker, just with respect to the loan, we certainly accept what the Prime Minister has said, that we will only draw down on this loan in the event that there is a disaster. But several things. This hurricane season has been forecasted as being likely to be one of the most active hurricane seasons in years. One of the things that has concerned me about the position that this government has taken is that in preparation for what would be or is likely to be one of the most active hurricane seasons, we have not heard a ramping up of the government's position in terms of several things. One,
the chair recognizes the honourable member for South and Central Andros.
Madam Speaker, just to inform the member before he goes down the wrong track, we recently just merged NEMA and the DRA, and a lot of the team members have been throughout the region training. We just had a team in Colombia that's doing some disaster risk training. We had visits from Rhode Island and also some regional partners. We've had a lot of visits from certain NGOs that came in with their resources and letting us know what we can partner with. We've had visits all throughout the Family Island so far with all the administrators. We just had a RICO exercise down at the Disaster Risk Management Operations Center now, and we're in the process of finalizing some more equipment to come in from Northcom that we'll be receiving within a few weeks.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, I didn't realize the member was clairvoyant and knew exactly what I was going to say, but I would only say this. I live in Grand Bahama, and I do know that one of the calls that we have been hearing is a need for greater stakeholder consultation with the government departments, and there wasn't a concern expressed in terms of the manner in which NEMA and the DRA, some people use the word gutted. So one of the things that might be useful is in a communication from the minister with responsibility for those agencies to explain what you began to explain just now in terms of what specific things that you are doing. I think that would be very beneficial, first of all, to lift the morale of your own staff and so that they are prepared. That's one thing. The second thing is, I think in the communication, we would welcome the communication, but I believe the public will at least be aware of let me just finish the statement. At least the public. No, just let me complete, unless you're on a point of order.
Point of order. The chair recognizes
Madam Speaker, the member for Marco City should have started off with exactly what we did when we were in Grand Bahama, when we met first with the members of Parliament down there, and we also met with the Disaster Consultative Committee in Grand Bahama. That's the first island we started off with. Then we moved into Abaco, Andros. Yes, I met with him. I met with him and all of his team there. But that's fine. And also, we've had 2 press conferences already, Madam Speaker, and we've had pamphlets that's been sent out throughout the media explaining exactly what we're doing. And actually, so that the entire general public could be informed, they could go to our website, www.getready.gov.bs, and they'll be informed, and that's the resource that they could use to keep informed and also to be prepared for this overly active hurricane season.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Pinewood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to remind the body, the Honourable Member for Marco City referenced 2 agencies that were gutted. Madam Speaker, I led the debate on that. That merged the 2 agencies. I laid out specifically how we had some agencies with replication of duty. And so what happened was we got one agency that would be agile to deal with the various problems that may arise. There was no loss of jobs, just an amalgamation of the government agencies where we could have a one-stop shop rather than NEMA, DRA, Ministry of Disaster. It was just deep. So what we made was one concise agency that allowed us, the DRM, that would allow the one agency to do all of the functions of the other 3.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Marco City.
Madam Speaker, just for the record, we had an opportunity to meet with the minister and the staff, the senior staff of the ministry. It was not a consultation on the upcoming hurricane season. It was an opportunity to meet the new minister in a reconfigured government department. That's what the nature of the meeting was. So when I talk Minister of State in the Office of the Prime Minister, when I speak about consultation, I'm saying here, there's an upcoming hurricane season. There is a concern. No, there is a concern about the state. I mean, you can say it on your feet, but I mean, I can tell you, there's a concern about the facilities that are available in the event of a catastrophic event. That's just Grand Bahama alone. But it's also the same conversation others are having. And the reason they're having the same conversation is because we have not, and I'm saying we collectively as government and opposition, we have not yet put in place the facilities that residents, hurricane season after hurricane season, are asking about. That's the point that I'm making. So, for example, in Grand Bahama, the functioning EOC was developed not by central government, but was developed by local government. So central government has not even gotten around to putting in place the requisite EOCs in the respective islands. So that's one of the things that would be critical. So the stakeholder consultation, I would recommend, Minister, that is something that I think ought to happen, but specifically with a view of the upcoming hurricane season. That's the point I'm making. You did a tour to introduce yourself and the ministry, but not in terms of the specifics, in terms of how you will mobilize resources in advance of a catastrophic event on different islands. If you have, I've missed that. I don't know if any of my colleagues or all of your colleagues are aware of what exactly you plan to do in the event of a catastrophic event. Secondly, there has been, I have not seen to date, any public, I've seen, for example, very slick ads with respect to the state of our power infrastructure. I haven't seen anything with respect to impending hurricanes coming from the minister, from the prime minister, or any other point person, technical member of government with respect to catastrophic events. What do you do now that we have the start of? Okay. I'm sorry. I'm saying we have not. Listen, you think the public going on your website? Come on. What I'm saying is you can do a public service announcement. You can do the public. We're trying to be helpful to you. We're trying to be helpful to you. No, we're trying to be helpful to you. What we're saying is, for members of the public, it would be useful to make public service. We're doing this for our people because obviously you don't care. Because obviously you don't care, right? So public service announcements might be useful, sponsored in the same way, members sponsored in the same way that you're sponsoring matters on energy.
Members,
right? Since you won't listen, So again, thirdly, with respect to the reconfiguration, I was not giving merely my opinion. I was speaking Pinewood about what the perception is of staff, and so I just parked that there in terms of the gutting of the agencies. So the other thing is, ahead of these hurricanes, there are a series of steps, and I think we have a long history in both administrations of managing catastrophic events on the front end, during and after. And all I'm saying is what we are not seeing, Prime Minister, yet, and I believe, there's time for us to now jump and do it, is to get out the PSAs, do the consultation in a granular way, call all the stakeholders together in one room to talk about island by island what is being planned. With respect to the loan, Prime Minister, has the terms of the possible loan been discussed in advance, or you're simply seeking approval today with a view of then entering into the discussion about the terms, and what traditionally would be the interest rate for those loans that you're intending to take out, and the timeline? And when you speak to the terms of the loan, Prime Minister, one of the things we are concerned about is the insurance. The government has, as far as I'm aware, had access to insurance in the region for catastrophic events, particularly for public infrastructure and building. The CRIF, is the CRIF still available? Is that still available, and is it in place? Is it in place at the moment? So I just wanted to hear if the Prime Minister could speak to just the insurance and the terms of the loan.
The chair recognizes the honourable member.
I'm wrapping up now. I'm wrapping up now, right? No, I'll tell you. I thought
The term of the loan is pay me what you owe.
Okay, so again, Prime Minister, the terms of the loan, and of course the whether or not the insurance is in fact in play. Madam President, Madam Speaker, one of the things I found interesting, and I think we corrected it, when I first saw the $2.5 billion, but we have corrected it now to 3.4. You would recall when the member for Carmichael spoke about our time in office, that he glossed over the fact that when we were in office, there was a collective hit on our administration of somewhere in the vicinity of nearly $7 billion with a B. Substantial damage that no doubt impacted the way in which we were able to execute some of the core projects that we wanted. And so I want to underscore, as we talk about this resolution, that really the Prime Minister, I believe, is duty-bound to say to the country whether or not he concurs with the statements made by the member for Carmichael, because he works at your pleasure, Prime Minister. So here's a minister in the government who accuses an administration of not being able to account for $2 billion when he is now in the chair, and we suspect that you can find every bit of money that was ever spent on whether or not you concur with the reckless statements that were made with respect to $2 billion. In fact, Prime Minister, when you started out with $1 billion that you were looking for, and he upped you one. He went all the way to $2 billion. So I'm just wondering whether or not in your wrap-up you could properly lay that falsehood to rest. That it is the falsehood that he asserted. It began with you at $1 billion, and then he moved to $2 billion. No, of course we believe you could find every bit that was spent, and if you have concerns about that, you have the mechanism of government to address it. But that constant saying that is so inappropriate, and I know you do the honourable thing to address it in your wrap-up. Yes.
The Prime Minister wraps up. I just wanted to also ask, for benefit of members of the public, this $100 million for natural disasters, for public health emergencies, was described as situations like the pandemic COVID. I don't think that the public is anticipating another global pandemic as quickly as they're anticipating further natural disaster emergencies. And since we're only allocating $100 million from this loan amount, but we're actually being given an opportunity for $200 million, I wonder if it could be confirmed that something such as the contamination of the water table, as was seen in Grand Bahama and Abaco, could be described in a way as a public health emergency, thereby entitling us to draw down on this $100 million in this generation as opposed to the next 100 years. If we are going to be signing to borrow it and it's contingent, we should make sure that the contingencies are going to properly benefit the circumstances that we face here in the nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you.
The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Golden Gates.
I move that the House extend beyond the 7 p.m. hour.
Thank you, Honourable Members. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of this House will proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour.
Also, Prime Minister, for the edification of the Bahamian public, while obviously it would be difficult to speculate on what line items specifically that would come out of a disaster that this money would be used for, obviously there's a certain amount. So how did the government determine the amount, this particular amount?
You want to put your flag up, you read
Their finger.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, one of the things
Chair
that
recognizes the Honourable Member for Caroline Rumkins and South.
one of the things I continue to try to urge upon my colleagues opposite is to take seriously by listening seriously to what is being said, what is, when I spoke about $1 billion, that was in a context that when they, see, and you have to remember, you're raising it now, and I don't know whether you appreciated how that connects with the $2 billion or whatever $2 billion. I wasn't here, I didn't hear what he said about $2 billion. But yes, I did speak about the $2 billion, and you talk about $1 billion, sorry, and I talk about the billion that you spent $1 billion, and I could have the record of how that's spent. But again, you have to be able to retain and remember what was said and the context which he said. And you don't remember. Okay, you don't. No, I can tell you what it is, and without trying to refute what I say, you go back and check what I said, and then you come back and tell me whether you remember it as you said it tonight. Let me tell you what it's about, right? The law that you all passed, that laws that were being asked of you to put on because you're ahead in a particular direction financially, it required you all to state the outstandings, to do a back of the envelope, as it were, what was receivables, set up all the numbers. And I was saying that was off by $1 billion. You all did not state $1 billion, not no spending. It was what I was saying to you, that the statement required to be filed by yourselves under the Financial Management Act, right, prior to the election, which you all did, right, was understated by $1 billion. So how, okay, you said you explained that. I ain't get into the explanation, all right, because I never accepted the explanation. But let's say you explain it to your satisfaction. Now, how does that connect with $2 billion being spent by him? No. But you see the difference, though. You got to think it through, man. Don't conflate issues like that because people listen here, you know. No. But see, because that, if you listen to what you had to say, my billion and his $2 billion, it ain't got nothing to do with my saying that you understated something by $1 billion. He's talking about you're spending $2 billion. I talk about an understatement contained in a report that's required by you all by law. Yes. So right? And that's true. I remember
your statement on his requirement. You spoke on this matter on 2 occasions when you initially came to government. And the first time it was represented really as if we are unable to account for, just let me finish the statement in case I'm incorrect. You could, but let's yes.
Explanation was then.
No, so again, well, first of all, we dismiss out of hand that a sitting Minister of Finance would not be able to find how monies were spent, if they were spent appropriately or inappropriately.
I talk about understating, man, not spending.
The clear insinuation was the Ministry of Finance could not find $1 billion in expenditure by this administration.
No, that was not the case, man. Don't forget, man, you have the report. I produced the report. You know what your explanation was? Tell me what your explanation was.
I'll tell you now, for your the second time you spoke, you were a little bit more measured, right? And so our explanation to you was, just allow me to complete it, you have the floor, you're wrapping up. So what we said to you essentially is that we need not have accounted for bills that have not yet come due. Those would have to come due in order for us to then account for the funds that you said you could not find. That is the explanation that was given both by East Grand, Bahamas, and myself. What was said by your colleagues is where. But I'm asking you as the Minister of Finance, if one of your ministers get up and make an accusation so reckless, Prime Minister, you do not see that you have an obligation to say whether or not you associate yourself with that statement or not?
You're drawing me into a debate that you all had. I'm not aware of that, or that what was said, and it was not drawn to my attention. But I want to say to you, again, I only ask you, man, you said it's a bit more measured, right? You said that your explanation was, remember that what you just said? Your explanation was that you didn't have to account for bills that had not yet become due. That was the explanation? You sure? You remember? You remember? No.
I remember what I said in my speech.
You see, first of all, right now, you see, again, the confusion of that administration, right, was trying to understand when your accounting principles are based whether on an accrued basis or cash basis. That was not your. So your talk, but it was not billed yet. No, that was not the explanation. What the explanation was that you all did not have to account for. You didn't have to account for bills owed by SOEs. That's what was the explanation. That the law didn't require. That was the explanation. And now, so it was an admission that yes, we didn't account for that, but you say you didn't have to. I remember these things, man. Think about it. No.
That you could not find $1 billion.
No, I did not. I did not assert that. My assertion was that that you'll publish a statement, right, and understated the statement by $1 billion. And I gave the reasons why. The explanation was, well, because a number of the numbers was from the SOEs. What other, the state-owned, pull it up, man. I don't have to Right? Yeah, so that was the explanation, man. But let me just wrap this up, because you see, I don't look backwards, you know. I could go and tell you, I could say a lot of things about how you all spend your money.
Forward ever, backward
I could say how you spend the money, right? No. I see, but you see, what the mistake what y'all make is y'all want to tell us how we must spend the money and we in charge, right? I don't. When y'all spend, this government is about choices and priorities. So you may decide to spend it one way, we might decide the other way. I ain't criticize it the way you want to spend the money, you know. Right? So I don't, where I am now, respect to the questions asked, right? One, the terms and conditions will not be dissimilar to the ones that was entered into by the previous administration. Because as I said, it's going to be rewritten in the context of the 200 million, because we still owe the 30 from the 100 that was drawn down, as I understand it, by the previous administration during the pandemic. So it'll be the similar terms. The interest I don't have at hand, but I suspect it'll be less than 5%. If it is more, or otherwise, I'll advise you, if you care to have those details, I would. And the terms will be similar. Now, in respect to, what was the other question?
What specific items do you anticipate that the funds will be spent on? I cannot speak to line items. Any consequences from a natural disaster will be covered. When it comes to the pandemic, a very good thought brought up by the member from St. Anne's is that during a natural disaster, some public health issues could arise, like waterborne diseases as a result of a hurricane and flooding, etc., and the overflow of septic tanks, because we still have septic tanks, or the blowout of a treatment plant, which might result in waterborne diseases. But that could produce a need to draw down as well from the public health issue, because you then have, quite apart from the disaster, you now have a public health issue. So so you cannot speak to that. You'll have to appreciate and understand what are the consequences of those disasters, and those funds will be able to cover those consequences. The other,
We're going through multiple hurricanes. So we are in a position, I believe, to anticipate particular areas that you're going to have damages. So just give an example, and this is a sore point for me. In Grand Bahama, Abaco, there are a number of homes that still have impact, not some from Matthew, but definitely from Dorian. So, for example, in your team's speculation on what you will need the contingency funds for, was small home repairs, for example, anticipated. So I'm just saying, so that's essentially what I'm asking, because we must be able to anticipate the categories that we're spending funds in. That's the point I'm making.
A question. Thank you for that question. Now, I said that the loan will be used for the consequences of these incidents, natural disaster, public health issues. Would a roof blown off during a hurricane not be a consequence from that? So, I mean, consequences is sufficient for me. It goes without saying. It's impatient of debate that if rules and homes are destroyed, that the loan could be drawn down to address those issues. But for me to come and say, well, I need $50 million or $10 million of this loan, it's ludicrous. It's impossible at this stage. And as I said, this could only be triggered, and that'll be part of the term of the loan. It's only after such event because it has to be triggered. It would not be triggered unless some of these events occur. Now, insofar, yes, we have redefined and reworked the risk aspect of the CREF insurance, and yes, we have we are covered by the insurance as well. And so, for example, if the insurance is sufficient to cover the consequences of either of those, well, the hurricane disaster, then there'll be no need then to draw down on that. I don't remember those details. Yeah, and someone else had a question? I so move, then, Madam Speaker, that you put the question, that the rest of it.
It's been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Now therefore be it resolved that this House, 1, authorizes the Minister of Finance to raise by means of a loan the sum up to $200 million in the currency of the United States of America. 2, authorizes the Minister of Finance to raise such loan by means of a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on such terms pursuant to this resolution as mutually agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried and the resolution is agreed. We'll now revert back to the order of business. Member statements. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Tall Pines.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I just want to let the residents of Tall Pines know that tomorrow at 7 o'clock at Garventine's Primary, we will be having our meeting. At that particular meeting, we will be updating the residents on some of the accomplishments of our administration at this stage of the game, and to also inform the residents in the surrounding communities to join us, particularly in the Southern Corridor, so that we can not have to replicate the same discussions over and over again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, honourable member. The chair recognizes the honourable member for South and Central Andros.
Yes, Madam Speaker and esteemed members of Parliament. I'm here today to talk especially to the members of Parliament for the eastern side of the island that was affected yesterday by the water situation. And I'm here to provide an update on the recent incident concerning our water infrastructure. Early morning on Sunday, June the 30th, 2024, the Water and Sewage Corporation received alerts from the SCADA system indicating a significant failure along Prince Charles Drive. Specifically, a major issue was confirmed with the 24-inch PVC water transmission main near Popeye's restaurant. Immediate action was taken to secure the area and deploy a repair team. This transmission main, vital since its commissioning in 2012 under the New Providence Road Improvement Project, spans from Roberta Avenue in Ridgeland Park along Robinson Road and Prince Charles Drive to Foxhill Road. Regrettably, this is not the first time that we've faced challenges with this main. Major failures occurred previously on August 9, 2014, near St. Michael's Road, January 23, 2016, west of Beatrice Avenue, and January 26, 2020, near Popeye's restaurant, and most recently on May 19th in the front of Ashley's Furniture. The repair efforts concluded by approximately 2:30 on the same day, with efforts immediately underway to restore water supply to affected areas east of Prince Charles Drive, including parts of Burnett Road. While most areas had their water supply normalized by late afternoon, we acknowledge that a few pockets of customers still face challenges, and we are actively resolving these issues. Customers experiencing continued difficulties are encouraged to contact our help center promptly at 302-5599. Given the clustering of recent failures within a short distance and time frame, the corporation will conduct a comprehensive investigation along the entire length of this main to identify and address any underlying issues. On behalf of the board, management, and staff of Water and Sewage Corporation, I extend our sincere apologies to all residents of Eastern New Providence impacted by this interruption. We remain committed to ensuring the reliability and resilience of our water infrastructure. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Fort Charlotte.
Madam Speaker, in the course of the debate, the Honourable Member of Kalani had raised a question about NIB's ability and readiness to receive the increased contribution. I've checked with NIB and been given every assurance that the V3 production environment is up and running. They would have done troubleshooting on the 21st, which was a week ago, and therefore I just want to assure the public that NIB is ready, and to thank the colleagues at NIB for the preparations they've made.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Appointment of select committees. Instructions to select committees. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings.
I
The Chair
rise.
recognizes the Honourable Member for Golden Gate.
I rise renewal notices on behalf of the government.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Renewal notices on behalf of the opposition, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Members. Adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House to adjourn to Wednesday, the 3rd of July at 2024 at 10 a.m.
Thank you, Honourable Members. It has been moved and seconded that the House at its rising do adjourn to Wednesday, 3rd of July, 2024 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Final adjournment?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Thank you, Honourable Members. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now adjourn to Wednesday, 3rd of July, 2024 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House stands adjourned to Wednesday, 3rd of July, 2024 at 10 a.m.